I thank you for your continued pledge to the knighthood.
Feel strongman piano time.
I thank you for your continued pledge to the knighthood.
Well, hello there. Indeed, I hope we're all having a wonderful day.
Chat, I'll be here in just a second. Stop. Stop subbing. Stop it. No more. I'll be here in like 2 minutes.
Grab your shield and sword, raise them high, and welcome to the knighthood.
What is going on? I said no more, Cypher. How could you? Oh my goodness.
Howdy,
chat.
y'all.
Whoa!
Welcome to the end of the Twitch stream.
Diddle-diddle-doo-doo. Oh my goodness. Chat, hello. Welcome. I hope you're all doing well today. Happy... Wait. I almost said happy Tuesday. Today's Thursday, isn't it? Hi chat, welcome. You might be thinking, Endy looks slightly different. I went to shave my beard and I used the wrong guard and I went a lot shorter than I was supposed to. So now I'm... I don't have my beard as much anymore, but it's still there somewhat. But it's, yeah, it wasn't meant to go that short. Never mind. Cypher, thank you very much for the very generous 5 gift subs. Landing in the laps of Biotin, Hand of Crystal, Valenius Benir, Lying Coma, and Mob. Welcome on in. Good to see you, Cypher. Hey, look who it is. Oh, chat, look at him tippy tap. And he's gone. He's gone. Thank you, Dadams. I appreciate it, buddy. Erudite Ember, thank you for the 333 bits. Little Waffet, welcome back for the 28 months. Well, hello there. I hope we're having a wonderful day. Little Waffet, it's a pretty good day, buddy. I have to my left... I don't know if I can hold it up because it does have some private information on. I'll hold it at a distance. There you go, chat. That's as much as you can see. We have a baby scan. I can't get any closer with it, but you can see their little head, their little heartbeat, their little arms, the brain, and we're very happy about that. Again, for people who maybe are new here, I've been with Mrs. D20 almost 12 years, and this will be our first child. And obviously the first time around didn't go so well. So today was an incredibly nerve-wracking day because last time the baby had stopped developing, right? So this time around, we had the 6-week scan and things were looking good, but today was our 8-week scan and we were, you know, petrified at the prospect that maybe the same would happen again. No, they're bigger. They're like half an inch, chat. They're big. They're chunky. So yeah, very happy with that. And again, all looking healthy. The egg, the yolk sac, the lining, all of the technical, you know, gubbins are all looking good. So we're very, very happy about that. So I'm in a good mood. Hopefully the game doesn't hit me with a wave of depression. I'm joking. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but it is Final Fantasy XIV. So I'm fully expecting my mood to take a turn. Yeah, thanks for the love, chat. I do appreciate it. And thank you for all the well wishes leading up to, you know, the scan. I'm sure that had some part to play. Oh, it will. Floating Fat Man, I'm looking forward to it. I'm not. I am. I'm not. No sadness in this game. Did you start discussing a name yet? We do have a name, but only one name, Pi. I'm not going to tell you. We've not even told family or friends or parents, but we've got one name in mind. We need another name now, and it's tough. It's not Estinian, but that's a good idea. I'll note that down for later. Emmett? No, well, that's given away, but maybe. Baby Alisei or Alphano? It's not a fantasy name. I'll say that. I'm a big fantasy nerd, right? I play D&D, soon to be playing some Warhammer. I painted a Warhammer figure the other day, and I was really happy with it. I'm gonna have to see if I can try and put it on stream at some point. Yeah, I'm really happy with it. Gonna be getting into some Warhammer Age of Sigmar soon. But no, I love fantasy stuff, right? Yeah, having to come up with names on the fly for D&D. But no, I don't see myself using a fantasy name for a baby. Even though I kind of like it in theory, but they've got to have that name for the rest of their lives, you know? Jared! Buddy.
Missed you, buddy.
Missed you too, man. How are you? How's the family? How's Ivy? And how's your hype levels for Baldur's Gate 3? I'm very interested to hear, buddy. How are you today? Welcome back for 3 years. 3 years since Divinity Original Sin 2. And the tragic ending of that campaign, which, no spoilers for people in chat, but my Divinity Original Sin 2 playthrough ended in probably the most depressing ending of any video game I've ever played ever. Let's put it that way. If you've played the game, you'll know what I'm on about. Otherwise, yeah, you have to play it to find out. Ivy's great. She just had puppies. Whoa! Jared, what? Dude, that's amazing. How many? Was it planned? I'm guessing so. Otherwise, how the hell did that happen? Man, I'm very happy for you. Are you going to be keeping any? Or are you going to be giving them away to family, friends, and selling them on? My god, did you just get the rare ending? I did not get the rare ending. Or maybe I did. I don't know. Hello all from the EST gang and Crystal DC. Andy, how are you enjoying It's Always Sunny in the World Unsundered? Cheery, yeah, it's not bad, is it? It's not bad. I'm loving it. I think tomorrow we'll do side quests, depending on what happens today. I really want to get around to doing some side quests here, so I'll get around to it at some point. How many endings are there in Divinity Original Sin 2? I know there's more than 3.
I thank you for your continued
I don't know how many there are exactly, but I know there's more than 3. Bashiel, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back, buddy. How are you? You've been on vacation, right, Bashiel? Hopefully you had a lovely time. Lovely to see you back. Hopefully you're doing well today. I don't know, man. I just played Armored Core for answer. One of those endings is pretty messed up and depressing. I've never played an Armored Core game. Greybeard, would you recommend? Jorthel, good morning. How are you? Welcome on in. June, hello. Happy birthday. Can we get some happy birthdays in chat for none other than June Hopes, please? June, happy birthday. Hope you have a splendid time. What are you getting up to? JP Bentley, welcome back for 26 months. I greatly appreciate it. Buddy, how are you today? Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Happy birthday once again, June. Andy, you know, if you leave side quests till later, you'll have a good reason for coming back here again and again. Yeah, I guess so, but at the same time, I might be able to uncover some nuggets of lore. You know, if I were to go through the side quests now, that might aid me in some corkboarding down the line. I do have some new corkboards, chat. Not as many as I was hoping to have. I was putting some together, and I was hoping that I would get more time today to do some. But yeah, the baby scan kind of wiped me out. So I was planning on having a few more, but maybe I'll just like spitball and theorize out loud without the need for a corkboard. But yeah, we'll get around to that shortly. Yeah. And Jared, I did see a message, buddy. That's amazing. Come on, we've got to find a way to get one in V6's and Bickering's hands, right? I could not possibly say anything about what side quests might tell you. The mods will end me. I want to say the mods do an exquisite job. I made a faux pas on Tuesday's stream where I was reading chat like live, and somebody potentially spoiled a little something, which has kind of not sat right with me. I've tried to forget about it, but you know, if you try and forget about things, it doesn't work. Doesn't work that way. June!
Andy.
June, thank you very much for the 500 bits.
Cheers to you for my B-Day. I hope Miss D20 and Baby D20 are both okay. Can't stay today, but will enjoy the VOD tonight.
Enjoy the
Grab
VOD,
your
June.
shield
Thank you for
and
that. I
sword.
really, really do
Raise them
appreciate it. And they
high
are both doing very
and
well.
welcome to the night.
Jared, buddy, thank you very, very much for the 5 gift subs. Just because you've done that, Jared, I'll push Baldur's Gate 3 up a day just for you. How about that? Buddy, I really do hope you're doing well. I mean that. And I really do appreciate the generosity in the gift subs. Can we get some love and chat? Not only for Jared's incredible generosity in the 5 gift subs, but also June. Not only for the 500 bits, but also because it's June's birthday, chat. So again, happy birthday, June. And yeah, for the people who have just joined in, again, I can't really hold it up close to the camera because it is plastered in personal information. There's the baby scan. There's the baby right there, chat. These pixels here, that's the baby. Yeah, I'd get it closer, but while 99% of you are okay, 1% of you might be like, I'm going to track him down using this information. But yeah, we're very happy. Looks like you, I was saying that. Can we get that in 4K? Good morning, Winterfall. How are you today? Biscuit, hello. Cloud, hello. I have not said hello to really anyone. Tenchi, hello again. Doctor, hello. But yeah. Crowd slide it to you, Crit. Yeah, sure thing. I finished a visual novel last week that ended with a 99.999% of the Earth's population dead. That's pretty bleak. That's not great, is it? Super Koji Man, thank you for giving a sub to Ruby Memoria.
To the night.
Nightwind, how are you? Welcome on in. Z City, hello. Pear, hello. Jared, tell me about it, man. Tell me about it. In more ways than one. You gotta think, in the 3 years you've been here, man, I have... Wait, you would have joined just after I got engaged. Got engaged, married, moved house. I was gonna say twice, but no, once. It's once. Got married, yeah, got Luna. You were there for Luna. And obviously now starting a family and Twitch partner, I guess. He's still here, Bickering. He's still here. And honestly, I think I prefer him over you. But V6 is better than the both of you. Sorry, guys. He's very nice, as Borat would say. Never mind, this train travel is going from 7 hours to 11. Ah, Rio. Buddy. I hate long travel. Who let you two in? Yeah, V6. Get him out. Yeah, actually, wow. Wow. Oh, dear. Whenever I was seeing a lot of Fast and Furious trailers, Jared, and I always think of you. I've still not watched them. I'm sorry. I'll get on it. I promise. I'll watch them because I hear they're really good. I remember when you could literally hold Luna up, yeah, like that in one hand, right? Wild, isn't it? Absolutely wild. Koji Man, thank you again for the gift sub to Ruby. Thank you everyone for being here. Lovely to see you all today. Hopefully having a good day today. Erastos, hello Andy. I'll only be here for an hour. After that, I'm done for Sweden. Oh, done for Sweden. Gone for Sweden for 2 weeks with no internet. So VOD duty for me. Hope you'll remember me. Who said that? Who said that? Of course I will. Of course I will, buddy. I hope you have a lovely time. She was so tiny and also Karma. Oh, crit. Oh, no, buddy. Luna was like a land shark when she was a puppy. Just biting and nibbling and gnawing absolutely everything. But now, yeah, she's chill. Very happy about that. We can leave her to go out and do things. Clearly you need to go to the gym. Maybe then you'll be able to lift her up again. Well, ironically, coincidentally, I was trying to go to the gym back in 2020. Not to get like absolutely ripped, but just to sort of like get into a habit of keeping fit and looking after myself. And I had to stop going because at the time Luna was still a puppy and I had to leave her home for half an hour. And in that half an hour, she would just absolutely go wild and rip things to shreds. So I had to put that on the back burner. But I'd love to get back into it. Hey, job update. The company reached out to me after a month and a half of silence post-interview and wants to call today. I assume it's going to be thanks for playing, but hey, I'll play later. Taj, I will cross not only just these fingers, those fingers as well. And you can't see it, nor are you going to see it, but I'm crossing my toes too. My little hobbit feet. All for you, Taj. That's not a sentence I thought I'd ever say, but here we are. Anna Shadowstar, hello. Hope everything was okay today. Anna, very good. Again, I've got a little... If I do that... I think you can see. There you go. That's their head next to my finger. There you go. Yeah, it went very well. Developing as they should be. That's a baby, that is. I know, right? We are both. We obviously know how, you know. the incubation thing work. I'll touch on it in a second. Seek, thank you, buddy, for the £10. I greatly appreciate it. Cheers, buddy. Thank you very, very much.
Ishk has just tipped £10 to the best health of your family.
Thank you, Asik. Or Ishk, should I say. I really appreciate it, man. Obviously, we understand that it takes all these weeks for the baby to grow and then they're born and what have you. But something about seeing this ultrasound and being able to see their heart, like you can actually see the heartbeat on the ultrasound and their little head, their little arms, it is just like, it's not even just emotional, it's more just awe-inspiring, you know? And it takes my breath away. Like, obviously it's how we're all made, right? We're all babies at some point, but watching it happen for you is just something else entirely. Yeah. And we've got friends who have now got a 7-month-old child. And obviously we've seen them go through it, and it's just magical. Really is. Really is. Mind-blowing that we create those things. It is, Biscuit. Really is. Like my mother always tells me, I remember when you were a wee little cucumber. Pie, you don't look like you enjoyed that. Thank you for the hype train, guys. I do appreciate it. Calling a pregnancy the incubation sounds ominous AF, right? I know. That's why I thought I'll dial that back, Iggy. Jared was never a baby. He came out like that. Just a fully grown man with a luscious beard. Yeah. And a massive fan of Fast and Furious to boot. Seeing life growing like that for months, you can't really have words. Exactly, Tenchi. 100%. Just wait till the day, mate. Prepare you to be utterly blown away. I cannot wait. Genuinely cannot wait. Me when my sister was pregnant, what it's like to feel biology happening. Her, I'm gassy. How far medicine has come. I know, Arna, right? It's mind-boggling. Really is. My parents said they found me under a rock. That must be why you rock so much. Taj, well done. That was very quick. That is very true. That's very true. Belatedly again, hello anyone that I've missed in chat. Smangler, Tenchi, Bickering, Biscuit, Jared, Doctor, Arna, Iggy, Winterfall, Fredermus, Meg, Taldir. Mrs. D20's doing great. She had a really bad bout of morning sickness a couple weeks back. And she is still feeling really tired and groggy and just like, not herself, but much improved. And we've had some incredible support from the early pregnancy assessment unit at our local hospital, and they've been fantastic, offering medicine if we need it, help, mental support, because of what we went through last time, which is why they're giving us fortnightly scans, yeah, she's doing really well. I'm very impressed with her. I tell her every night, I go, I'm amazed by you. And then she's like, okay, you can stop that now. She's like, you need to dial that down a bit. You're being too kind. Working today, so I can't stay. Wanted to put my head in and send my well wishes and joy at hearing those things are well for you and Mrs. D20. Thank you, T-Rex. Hope you enjoy the VOD, buddy. Thank you for being here. Iggy, I can't say the word anymore without people saying that every time. On a serious note, being a dad is super cool, Andy. Excited for you, getting to share all the things with you like with a little human is the best. I remember when you were talking about it bickering on a noodle cast, and it got me broody. I was like, yeah, that sounds good. And then you told me about the time your child painted on your TV, and I lost that. Bashil, holy crap, man. Thank you very much.
Has just tipped 68.30
68
for all the dark energy enjoyers.
Buddy, I was looking at the number thinking, has he made the number 69 appear on the donation bar? 68.36. And then it got me. Buddy, thank you very much. That is incredibly generous of you. And there's no need for that. Yeah, Bashil, you've just come back from a vacation. You don't need to do that. You can just come and hang out. It's all good. I'll say the same to the rest of you. No more support today, okay? You've been very supportive of me this past month. Please prioritize yourselves. Have a takeaway. Takeaway, takeout, whatever you want. That's why I said it weird. I didn't know what one to go for.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
You know what? I have a hard name. Screw you. Screw you, buddy. Yeah. Perfect timing. Too bad that monthly goal ain't filled. Doesn't matter. We're only We're almost halfway through the month. It doesn't matter. It's all good. No more chat. I mean it. And that isn't reverse psychology, as somebody said. Some little knob at the beginning of my playthrough of Endwalker, when I said, okay, guys, no more support. Like, I want to focus now. Like, you're overwhelming me. Someone was like, oh, nice reverse psychology. Yeah, you just want more, don't you? And it's like, no, I mean it. Reverse psychology. Yep, that's it. That's it. Andy Big Brain having a baby so he gets more Twitch donations. Now, if someone said that unironically, Bikrin, I'd be so annoyed. Zelda has taught me to keep my hearts at max. What a knob. Yeah, you tell him. Tell him. I did receive...
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Deuterium.
For real?
For real? Deuterium. You and I have a hard name can go sit in the corner. I dare you. Taj, thank you also for the 444 for real bits. Jokes on ND chat is immune to psychology. That checks out. That checks out. Thank you, Taj. I appreciate it. Why was Ryuji naked? He's always been naked. He just likes to get some air, you know? He's always been that way. He's always been that way. Little known fact of having a child is that the omnipresent Shadowbringer's shoe bill delivers your baby instead of a stork. No way. No way. We were theorizing that maybe the shoe bill is actually Emmett's familiar. Given that the shoe bill is so present during Shadowbringers, when Emmett is most present, and now that we're here in Elpis, and Emmett has arrived along with us, it's strange, isn't it, that the shoe bill has now appeared. So maybe they are just, a manifestation of Emmett's, maybe. It would check out. They both have the same expression. You have to have a brain to be psychologized. Sorry. Patton, how are you today? Welcome on in. Biscuit, hold on. Biscuit, are you not doing well? My 2-year-old is going to have to come home with a 39.5 fever. Ah, Biscuit, snuggle up. And, if you got some in the house, get some ice cream out. It might not help necessarily with the fever, but it will make them feel better. I'm speaking from experience of when I was young and would get to come home with an ailment. Patton, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Bex, hello, lovely to see you too. Can I just point to the 3 ominous mounts on the roof in the background? Don't pay any attention to them. Don't pay any attention to them. Bickering, yeah, there you go. I was trying to figure out how you go from Fahrenheit to Celsius. I think you double it, then you add... Is it 15 or something-ish to get, like, the Fahrenheit reading? So a 39.5 is like 100 and something Fahrenheit? I don't know. I use Google. It's 32? Oh, shit. That might be why I've been a bit off. I've been adding 15. So it's 32. Interesting. As someone who's trying to learn the conversion, I just go by vibes. I used to be able to be really good at converting Great British pounds to US dollars because I'd buy a few things in US dollars. And we used to be 2 to 1, $2 to the pound. And it was easy, just double the number. And then we had, like, some things happen in the country. Some Brexiting, some credit crashing, some other bits and pieces. And I don't know anymore. I think we're at, like, 1.3. I think it's $1.3 to the pound. I could be wrong. We missed the memo to use Celsius. As a mother of 6, I measure fevers in forehead kisses. Funky, I like that. Just some wee jokes, Adams. Yeah, Celsius is really good at telling you temperature relative to water. Fahrenheit is really good at telling you temperature relative to the human body, in my experience. For Dermis, I think you're right, yeah. When you think about it, that Elder Scrolls guard contradicts himself. He says no one breaks the law on his watch. We're after you break the law on his watch, right? Our engineers and scientists in the US use the metric system for a reason, just saying. I found out the other day, because if you know me, I enjoy playing GeoGuessr. And I know some of you are thinking to yourself, come on, stop talking about GeoGuessr, play the game. We're chatting, right? I do this every stream. This isn't stalling, because I know some of you are probably getting antsy. But I'm trying to learn GeoGuessr. I'm trying to improve. And I was looking at what countries in the world drive on the left, which countries drive on the right. I didn't know this. We drive on the left here, obviously, I knew that, but I thought a lot of countries did, and I thought it was maybe America who was different. No, we're going against the grain there. It's uncommon to drive on the left. Yeah, I didn't realize that. What's going on? We're the different ones. UK, Australia, Japan, and maybe a few others. Yeah, there's a couple places in South Africa or around the South Africa region that do it too. I have for Dermis. I've only played the A Realm Reborn GeoGuessr, and we did score perfectly, I'll say. I think I did it on stream. At some point, but yeah. I haven't done Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, or all of that. Ignis, I know. I do have some new corkboards today, chat. Nothing amazing, just sort of spitballing some ideas and what have you. Hopefully you'll enjoy. We'll get around to those in a second. After you declare independence from the UK, you're contractually, obligated to drive on the right. No, it makes sense. Yo, Andy, riding corn again. Hi, hello, Crater, how are you? GeoGuessr is so much fun. I love it, Biscuit. They've got a new roguelite game mode. Highly recommend it for people who want to get into GeoGuessr. I think it's a fantastic game, because not only is it actually fun, but you also get to learn a bit more about the world and cultures and I don't know what other countries look like. It's really, really fun. I enjoy it. I can't wait to see you corking now that you've reached Elpis. Again, my corkboards are very rudimentary, and I've only got 6, I think, and I kind of planned to do about 10. But I was feeling really nervous in the run-up to the baby scan. I lost focus. But I've got some. The important ones are done anyway, and maybe I can just, like, free ball. Free ball? Is that a thing? Free ball some ideas. Andy, you don't get it. You're corking for us now. Not yet. Nobody can blame me for that. I watched driving tests for UK and my brain was astounded on how much there is to learn. US driving tests in Alabama is at least, is silly easy, maybe 15 minutes. Yeah, ours is really intense. I've not done one yet. Still can't drive, chat. Just never had to. But I need to, now that there's a baby on the way. So that's something I need to pursue this year. Yeah, looking forward to that. Can't wait for the corkboard for Cruelty Squad. It's coming. I don't know what that is, but it's coming. Freeballing is completely different. Okay, freeball is a thing, but it's not about thinking. Freeball is not the thing you are talking about. Okay, I'm spitballing and free thinking. Maybe. I don't know. At this point in the expansion, I gave in trying to predict stuff. The fact you're still at it is commendable. I'm drawing some parallels to certain things and bits and pieces, so yeah. Driving to me is like swimming. Even if you're almost never going to, it's a useful skill to have. 100% for Dermis. It's one of those things where I've wanted to learn for a long time, but I've just never had the financial backing to be able to go and learn. It is something I'm fortunately able to do now, whereas before, it just never was a priority. But now I do need to get on it. I'm the same. I just got the bus to my old job, and now I'm self-employed, so I've never learned to drive. Bex, me and you are in the same boat. I have the same nervousness about learning. I'd have a fear, but I'm definitely a bit, on the edge about it. Feed, or Feedy, or Fede, 1330. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome on in. Lovely to see you today. Can we get some love and chat for Feed, or Fede, or Feedy? You let us know how to say your name, buddy. Thank you again for the Prime sub. But yeah, I have an inclination to not want to drive because I'm a bit nervous about it. Not necessarily for me, more so I don't trust other people, But yeah, I'm the same, Bex, as I said. I used to commute to university on a train. I was then self-employed afterwards. Didn't really need to travel in a car, so it just never became a thing. Yeah, I have a fear for sure. I don't like driving. I have to be careful about my living situation in the US because it's tough without a car. Yeah, I mean, I didn't fully understand how anti-pedestrian, shall we say, the US is until I went there. I tried walking from our hotel to an In-N-Out burger in California, and I had to walk across a train track at one point. I'm pretty sure I had a gun at some point as well. I didn't feel very safe as a pedestrian walking through California to this In-N-Out burger. But yeah, it was not fun. It was not fun. I had a gun? No, but other people did. We also met some very interesting characters. You had a gun? No, I did not have a gun. The US is what happens when lobbying goes unchecked. Patton, I've been meaning to read your message. You wrote a message earlier, and I was like, oh, I'll read that in a second. And then a second went by, and I didn't go back up for it. So, Patton, bear with me. Let's find it. Actually, just came home from work because I have an uber bad tummy. I'm going to be honest, Patton. I love that you've used uber in a sentence. I love that. But feel all right now. I've had a weird cold virus thing the last couple of days, so I'm thinking it's related. Patton, rest up. Paracetamol, ibuprofen, lots of water. Tub of your favorite flavor of Ben & Jerry's ice cream. That'll do you right, I'm sure. And if it doesn't, come back to me. I'll be your doctor. But Patton, genuinely hoping that you recover swiftly. I was taught to drive by a former dirt rally driver. Wow. My huge anxiety about it was totally negated by the fact that Codarin, holy crap. Your hype chat just exploded in the chat box. Hello! First saw your content on YouTube and I was hooked on how good it was. Caught up from all of your Stormbringer VODs. Glad I got to catch your stream for once. Hope your day is good and enjoy Endwalking, friend. Buddy, thank you very much. I'm glad you've enjoyed the YouTube. I'm so sad at how neglected YouTube is right now. I need someone who understands the hype moments of Final Fantasy XIV to let me know what I should upload to YouTube. I need to get on that. Shadowblood, it's the best expansion. Thank you again, buddy. That is very, very sweet of you. Code, get yourself in, sir. Come and hang out with us. Everyone is given a gun at customs upon entering the US. It was very strange entering the US. I'll say that. I'd get into it, but I'd go on a massive tangent about my time there. I did find, by the way, the video of me interviewing Matt Mercer and Liam O'Brien. It is on... Oh, shit. Have I put it away? It's on one of my old external hard drives. And chat, I look like a baby. It was 2016. Specifically 2015 for Matt. February 14th. 2016 for Liam, I think. And I look like a baby in the corner. Like, because I recorded it on Skype. I'm going to try and upload them to YouTube at some point. But yeah, I'm like a little baby having a chat with them. A really good interview, though. I'm really happy with it. I'll get it uploaded to YouTube soon. Martian, hello. Andy, will you be putting more streams on YouTube like you did with Shadowbringers? Martian, that is the plan. Yes, I'd love to. Yo, YouTube, let's go. Nobody puts baby in the corner? Yeah, it's right. Well, I did back then, clearly. Yeah, well, Oliver, you should have done it. You should have done it. Wait, I said Stormbringer. No, Coda, and it's all good. I understood what you meant. I read it out loud because I was going with the flow, but I know what you meant. My favorite expansion, Heaven of Bringer. I managed to mention Heaven's Ward, but not the expansion, but talking Heaven's Wood. Last stream, Crit caught it. Well done, Crit. I catch a live stream. Middler, hello. I will enjoy grinding Eureka now. Middler, what are you grinding for in Eureka? I must know. The other day, there was a guy on a motorcycle near me on the road with a pistol tucked in the back of their jeans. No holster. Seems like a good way to shoot your own butt. Yeah. Patreon exclusive, that's it. That's it, Nemesis. It won't be. I might upload it there first, though, because, you know, gotta give something to the patrons. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a post on Patreon tonight, I think, about Warhammer miniatures. The content over there is very personal, chat. Not very interesting. It's more boring. But if you like the stream and myself, you might get a kick out of it. There you go. Thank you, Oliver, for linking it. Video suggestion: super edit of all the. This should be a BRB clips in 14. I like that idea. Endward, Stormbringers, Shadowblood, Code, ignore naughty. Code, it's fine. I'm not gonna question your credentials as a Final Fantasy XIV fan for getting it wrong. It's all good. I just want the armor and that cube mount. Yeah, I need to do the Baldesian Arsenal. Or Baldesian, should I say. Baldesian Arsenal. Sup, Bendy? Having 2 teeth pulled today? Oh my god, Shadowsong. Sending you all the love. That sounds horrible. I hope that it's swift and as pain-free as possible. LCTL, hello. You have indeed got here in good time. I think we'll go through the corkboards, chat. What do you say? I've missed so many of you. I saw Make Some Time there. Eru, hello. Stormbringer is an in-game title, and Shadowwalker is Yugiri. There we go. So it's not technically wrong. A Heaven re-Shadow Walked? Yo, I've arrived in time for Corkboard time. Let's go, Andy. I need to, at some point, figure out a way to, upload an emote of one of the Loperates and the emote to be Corking Way. Or maybe even replace Woody in the picture with a Loperate, maybe. I think that would be more appropriate at this point. I don't know how I'd do it, but I'll look into it. Also happy to hear the scam went well. Thank you, Yang. Yeah, I've showed it off earlier. I'll show it off again now before we go into the old corkboard. Gotta make sure I'm not accidentally... There you go. Hopefully I'll focus. At some point. There you go. There they are, chat. It's a blob. But it's our blob. I wonder if Andy's got a good time. I misread that message for Dermis. I was going to say I went to the... I've got an aversion to the dentist, and it's because they forgot or improperly put... what is it, the numbing thing in my gum. They didn't do it properly, and then they were drilling my tooth, but I could feel every little bit of what they were doing. And ever since then, I've just had an aversion to the dentist. I used to be fine. I was one of those people who were like, yeah, dentist's fine, you know, gotta go. You gotta get yourself checked out. But I had to get like a minor filling like 10 years ago, and yeah, the injection just was not taking. And it was the most painful experience of my life. Thanks for the love, chat. I do appreciate it. Alexi, how are you? Thank you. Hello. Tidemore, hello. I did tell them. They kept doing it, Tidemore. They kept putting more in. And it just wasn't doing anything. And it was like, we've got to do this so we don't do it. So, yeah. I've done all my fillings without anesthesia. Cloud, the difference between you and me, I'm a baby. You are clearly mentally sound. And have a mental fortitude which is far beyond my own. Yeah, Shadow, you'll be fine. Shadow, you'll be fine. Ignore everything we just said about dentists. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we need to stop talking about dentists. Shadow Song is going to faint. I have a high tolerance to the standard painkiller, so they have to use much stronger stuff. That's what I need to use next time, then. Yeah. I shouldn't be mentioning this. No, I'm not going to keep talking about dentists. Chat, corkboards, let's go. Come with me. Come with me, chat. First corkboard, Dynamis. This isn't... Some of these corkboards are more for notes and less theorizing. Dynamis is described as one of the unseen energies able to be influenced from feelings and emotions. It exists in a domain beyond our reach, a gift from above, or a power torn from the heavens in some traditions. It has also served us faithfully as limit break juice. Our Elpis flower reacts to the presence of emotion. It was an ashen grey in Labyrinthos due to the anxiousness that permeated there. It has also shone bright blue and green, and brighter colours infer joy and happiness is present. But we don't know what each specific colour represents yet. I will add, we find out that here in Elpis it is a brilliant bright white. So I don't know if the different colours necessarily represent different emotions, and maybe it's more of like a rainbow where, like, depending on the hue, it gets closer to that brighter white color, which is pure happiness, and then that, you know, pitch black, which is absolute despair. So I don't know whether or not the colors necessarily infer different emotions. I do think they do, because of the emotions we had at the dinner when I think it went green. I could be getting this wrong. I think the dinner with our friends was green, and I think when we were at Camp Broken Glass, it was blue. And obviously the emotions in both of those were rather different, whereas I feel like over in Camp Broken Glass, the emotion that was probably the most rife at the time would have been resilience and determination and hopefulness for the future, maybe? And then I think back at the meal with the Scions, when it went green, we were more joyous, happy, etc., etc. So I don't know if we'll be able to figure it out. There was prop, but I've not mentioned it on here. But yeah, I'd like to try and figure out what each emotion corresponds to the color of. Anyway, the flower withered away amidst the despair felt in and around Radzat-Han, wherein it turned a jet black before disintegrating, which is slightly upsetting, given the fact that we had it, magic was cast upon it in order to prevent the flower from withering, and it withered anyway. So I think that's a testament to the despair that was felt in Radzat-Han. I don't know if it will come back or if it is just out and out gone, you know? When it would go from just light to dark, it wouldn't show any color spectrums, no? Well, that's what I mean, Mio. Because it can't just be black to white, unless, as I mentioned a minute ago, if it has like some sort of rainbow spectrum from black to white. But then that feels rather binary, in that you've got black and white, but then colors which represent different emotions. So I don't necessarily understand how that all works and how it plays with each other, but you'll figure it out in time, I'm sure. Next up. Boom. I also hypothesized that primals, as we know them, are not just beings of ether, rather they are an amalgamation of corporeal and incorporeal ether, driven by dynamis. We have witnessed primals be born of hope, hatred, justice, and despair. Powerful emotions that may have the ability to make manifest Dynamis in primal form. Be it the Kalyana broodmother, who cried out to the heavens in despair, Yotsu's rage, or Ilbird's mixture of the two, we have time and time again seen how it's not just prayer, but powerful emotions that have given form to primals. We're also told that Dynamis exists in the heavens. Are the 12 up there? If so, are they just Archesha that has coalesced over millennia's worth of prayer? I can't break out of the habit of saying Archesha. Dynamis that has coalesced over millennia's worth of prayer. Though heavens is likely referring to the sky above, the great expanse of space. They're used in an interchangeable form. If I were to go back to the previous slide, Nidana does mention it exists in a domain beyond our reach, a gift from above, or a power torn from the heavens in some traditions. So whether or not that means heavens as in the stars, whether it means heavens as in where the gods are, the 12, maybe it flits and changes depending on which, I don't know, culture you're within at the time. Maybe they're both technically correct, who knows. But yeah, it does kind of check out, because Hermes mentions that obviously this Dynamis it exists predominantly out there, in the heavens, right? Exactly, Tenchi, exactly. But it exists out there somewhere. So the idea that through powerful emotions upon Aetheris, we are able to almost siphon some of that power from above and then make manifest that Dynamis in the form of these primals, to me feels plausible, you know? That we are able to figure out a way to tap into the power of it. And it's not necessarily related one-to-one, but Hermes mentions that having a deficit of ether allows one... Oh, Mega Magic!
Andy.
Thank you for the £5! Mega, I really appreciate that.
Megamagic cheered Dex 5.
Thank you, Mega Magic. I appreciate it. Can we get some love and chat for Mega Magic, please? Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Shit, what was I saying? Primals, Dynamis. Yeah, a deficit of ether allows oneself a better way to... not a better way. I can't remember how he worded it. But it was... You can manipulate Dynamis better if you have an etherical deficit. Something like that. No need... No... Interact, yeah. But be careful with what you say, chat. Just maybe don't say anything, just in case you spoil something. But you're able to interact with it. Yeah, easier if you have a deficit. So the idea that us, in our sundered world, may have a greater attunement with the heavens and Dynamis kind of checks out from what he said. How exactly it works, I'm not entirely sure, but I feel really strongly that Dynamis, in the same way it allows us to limit break, is also like the fuel that drives these primals, you know? And I think a great example again of that is think about when think about when Titan was resummoned by Garbu. Instead of having Titan's previous ethos as instilled into him by the other kobolds, when Garbu had summoned him and his emotions were in stark contrast to the other kobolds, where he was feeling despair and sadness on behalf of his, you know, dead mother and father, when Titan was summoned again, from not the prayers of Garbu necessarily, but the intense emotion he was feeling, Titan manifested with those emotions within him. Power of emotion, Dynamis. There's something there. And again, I'm looking forward to uncovering more. Meteon, which means shooting star, is the latest creation of Elpis's overseer Hermes, a being able to interact with Dynamis and convert emotions into tangible phenomena, also known as an entelechy, the definition of which is the realization of potential, or the soul. She also possesses the ability to communicate via emotion, which we, as an intelligent life form, are able to subconsciously convert and process into words, so it's telepathy, but not. It allows Meteon to converse with anybody, regardless of language barriers. Forebodingly, some of her first words to us were, "I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. Hear, feel, thoughts. Close enough, right? Close enough. Which I didn't notice on the first viewing. I only caught that when I was watching my VOD back, and I had to scrub back and go, wait a second, because that completely flew over my head. Much in the same way, Aetheris being named kind of like Ether. Aetheris? Ether? I don't know. Some things do fly over my head, chat, and it's only after subsequent rewatches that I'll clock it. Or if the game, you know, outright says, hey, Aetheris is named like Ether, by the way. Live, laugh, loved. Exactly, make some time. So yeah, the idea that Meteion is being referred to as an entelechy, again, when the dictionary definition of entelechy is to say it's the realization of potential and of the soul. It made me think about so many different films that have, I don't know, artificial intelligence created by scientists. You know, it's very reminiscent of that. The idea of being able to make something with a soul, because that's often the plot point to a lot of great films that feature artificial intelligence that is becoming human. Think about Ex Machina, great film. I'm not going to spoil it, but that's a great film, great example. HAL from 2001: A Space Odyssey, to a lesser extent, but kind of similar. I'll go on to the next corkboard because I talk about it more there. Hear, feel, think. Is it a subtle nod to the oft-spoken words of Heidelin, or rather is it the true origin of the fabled words, given Meteion's duty, as ordained by Hermes, is to traverse the great expanse? Those words would likely serve as Meteion's driving force, her MO, mission objective. The idea that she would go out into the cosmos and attempt to hear, feel, think. Much in the same way, she says, I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. I think there's a good parallel to be drawn to Frankenstein. Much like his monster, Meteion is an emotional being, I haven't properly coloured in the G there, emotional being in search of purpose and understanding. It also echoes the moral of Frankenstein's story, that being the hubris in trying to replace nature. I was very late when I was writing this, it was like 1 AM, by attempting to create artificial life form. I fear that Meteion's future is not bright, as I theorize that voice we heard on the moon, at last, is none other than she. We still don't know who that is. And this fantastic, emotional, mildly flawed bird lady by the name of Meteion could one day become that hauntingly foreboding voice that we hear. I use it as mission objective, but modus operandi is probably, you could probably go for that prop. I guess it depends. But yeah, I suppose so. But the whole Elpis thing does remind me very much, again, of that artificial intelligence, Frankenstein's monster, playing God, essentially. And who are they to not want to play God, considering the power that they wield? They are godly beings. So in this situation, them attempting to create their own life in the same way Frankenstein attempted to make his monster, right? It's an apt parallel, I would say. And the idea that he is trying to make a soul, you know, trying to make these living beings is fascinating to me. But I didn't get around to making a Hermes corkboard. Again, I wanted to have a few more. But the fact that he wants to tap into the power of Dynamis and wield it is a foreboding prospect to me anyway. Umbra Sage, I'm within Elpis right now. I don't know which quest I'm on, which name I am. Hold on, I'll check. Ether to Ether is the quest I'm on at the minute. Yeah. Mega Magic, that's what I thought. I'm glad we weren't too far off. But yeah, I've got one more corkboard, and then I'll do some, like, spitballing, because again I didn't get around to doing more because I was so, you know, like taken aback by the baby scan today. What happens to Meteion between the time of Elpis and present day? What did she find among the stars, and more importantly, who did she become in the process? The idea of scouring the universe sounds maddening. Did she lose herself on her journey? Did she run into Omega on her adventure? I'd earlier theorized Omega may have been an earlier creation of Hermes, but what if Omega's bird face is a byproduct of it trying to replicate Meteon's? The Magitech terminal does mention Omega had made a face for itself to bridge the gap between us. That being mankind on Etheris. Chat, what's the matter? You all seem Omega cursed? What's up? Are you okay? Are you not enjoying this? Someone get the spray bottle? Omega-see. Let's talk about that. I'd never noticed that face before you pointed it out. So my idea is that, millennia ago, that's quite the gap there, Andy. I don't know what you mean, Gomez. Looks like a cloister. Where's the bonk stick? Anyway, millennia ago, assuming between now and present day, and again, something which I was struggling to comprehend when corkboarding was how exactly the initial final days occurred. Because that's the one flaw in my plan, my theory, that Meteon is part of, if not the catalyst of the final days, is we don't see Meteon during the final days in Amarok. And it's never mentioned, and no one mentions her. So that, to me, is like the one point against that being a possibility. So, anyway, between the time of Elpis now and the future, what did Meteon get up to, is my question. Because I don't know how much time there is between now in Elpis and the time in which the final days begin. Azem is very clearly still a part of the convocation, or at least I believe they are. That's me assuming there. I probably shouldn't assume, but my assumption is that Azem is part of the convocation. Maybe it's meant to be mentioned in dialogue and I've forgotten. But clearly there's some time to go between now and the final days beginning. So what exactly happens? What happens in the meantime? And I wondered if Meteon had maybe made her way out there into the cosmos beyond and maybe had a run-in with Omega's people. And maybe that is why these feathers and this face are present on Omega's body. Because originally I'd theorized that maybe Omega was like an earlier creation of Hermes, given that it had these feathers, these wings, motifs, and so on and so forth, which kind of match up with his penchant for wanting to create avian life, right? So that was debunked. There is a Magitech terminal over in Ralgir's Reach, which says that the face is a byproduct of Omega wanting to find a way to converse with us, to bridge the gap. So it's not something which has always been there, according to the terminal. Which makes me, realize, okay, maybe that's not a thing that Hermes made. What if instead, again, it is made out of the image of Meteon, and maybe they remember their visit from Meteon and understood that our Meteon could converse with us. So maybe we will adopt their face, and then we will be able to converse with the people. Also, this is a real big, tinfoil. Shooting star is what Meteon roughly translates to. And this is don't respond, chat. This is just a theory. Throughout the game, I have seen many a shooting star. Most recently, we saw one near the Tower of Zot. Don't know if you guys remember, but I was like, holy shit, shooting star, right? Around the time of the Tower of Zot. So I'm wondering if every shooting star we have seen, now this is, again, there's no rhyme or reason to this, if every shooting star we've seen isn't like a meteorite burning up in the atmosphere of Etheris, what if instead every shooting star is Meteon, flying around and circling the planet in some way, finding a way in, potentially, right? I don't know, and I still don't know how Zodiac prevented the final days from occurring, but as we understand it, Dynamis exists in the heavens, the cosmos, the stars, right? Up there somewhere. So my theory is that Zodiac's presence was almost creating like a impenetrable bubble, almost, for Dynamis to come in and maybe play havoc with the denizens of Etheris. Which does then also poke a hole in my theory about how Dynamis affects the summoning of primals. but maybe we can draw little bits of Dynamis from the heavens above. There's not going to be an Omega C emote, chat. Maybe there will be, we'll see. There won't be. I'm just trying to keep you happy. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's been explained to us exactly how Zodiac was preventing the final days, but I feel like it's got something to do with keeping Ether and Dynamis and us separated in some way. I don't know how. But we do see that, like, stream of energy above the cradle on the moon. And I can't quite make heads or tails as to what that's meant to represent. One thing's for sure, your travel will be, again, full of emotion. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to catch up on chat here. Corking sessions remind me of the Charlie Day conspiracy meme, and I can't stop laughing. That was the origin of it. My very first corkboard. I don't know if I'll be able to find it for you. Bear with me. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Can I find the original corkboard? Here it is. So originally, this is what the corkboard was supposed to look like. With red strings and all this stuff. And it worked, don't get me wrong, it worked, but I had to remember a lot, you know? So I had to be like, okay, so we saw Yuri Andre in that cutscene with Elidibus when they were having a secret conversation, right? But it's not written down, so I had to remember everything. And it worked, because I could be like, Charlie Day, you know, like with my corkboard with the red string in the background, but it just practicality wasn't really there. Like something out of The Wire, yeah, exactly. Well, the meme was, Gorshun, that Yuri Andre was Elidibus' son. Crit beat me to it, there you go. You're shipping Laha, Breya, and Thordan? Kind of weird, bro. Purple ships there, yeah, for people who weren't here back in Heavensward. When I was in the Sea of Clouds, at the very beginning of the zone, I saw the Void Ark. And at the time, I had drawn a link between the purple ship that we'd seen and these rumors that the Empire had created a new flagship, like the Agrius Mark II. So I was fully on, you know, copium at the time, saying that is the brand new ship as made by the Empire. It's not. It wasn't, but that was my theory at the time, is that it was the Agrius Mark II, the same ship which lies ruined in the Silvertear Lake over in Mordona. But yeah, you can see it in the skybox, and that it fascinated me. So good. The time between Endy spotting Purple Ship and doing Void Ark was a wild ride. Yeah, because it was right at the beginning of Heavensward, right? So I had a long time to sort of, like, think about it. I remember seeing the Void Ark floating out there once and getting so excited I called my whole FC over to look. I love that it's just in the open world. Great, isn't it? I love that they do that sort of stuff. I got boxes full of Pepe, Pepe, please. Pepe Sylvia. This is like a love quadrilateral. I know, right? Can we talk about the Dynamis? I've been dying to talk about the Dynamis. Rix, we spoke about the Dynamis. We've had a chat about Dynamis. Yeah. Anyway, that was the original corkboard. If I control Z, no, that does not. Oh, there you go. It does undo it. So yeah. Other theories. What was something I wanted to talk about? Elpis flowers. Back in Amarot, we're told by the steward, they talk about different concepts, creations, and they talk about the like this crystalline flower, right? Which felt to me was referencing this Elpis flower at the time, the heart bloom, right? But we find out in Elpis, or at least it's insinuated, that it's not a creation made by somebody, rather it spontaneously appeared, just out of the blue, here within Elpis. And I don't know which one is accurate, whether or not it genuinely is, like this natural phenomena, which has appeared here in Elpis, if it is indeed a creation that has been submitted to the Bureau. Because my initial theory was that Heartbloom was potentially a creation of Vanar, Hydaelyn, given that it was such a key part of those earlier cutscenes in Endwalker, where we're chatting about Heartblooms and how it's important with Hydaelyn through Kryl. And it got me thinking, maybe you're the one who originally created this. Because my very, very tinfoily theory is that every single one of these ancients possesses a unique ability, be it Hythlodaeus' ability to see things with more clarity than others, souls, for example, Emmett's ways with ether manipulation, and it got me thinking, what could Vanar's be? And I've spoken before because of what Vanar, through Hydaelyn, has done so far in the story, in that she gave the Sharlayans this plan, this grand scheme, to be able to flee the planet aboard the moon should the final days start again. But then we've never been told that, you know, we're the warrior of light, we're meant to be the heroes of this world, and not once has she ever mentioned that to us. So it feels to me like Hydaelyn, Vanar, is almost like somebody playing chess, and I'm just a chess piece, and Sharlayan's a chess piece, and warriors of light of prior ages were chess pieces too, and she has a plan, and she's leading towards that plan's fruition. But we don't know the full picture. So I wonder if Vanar's power, or prowess, or talent, whatever you want to view it as, could potentially be some sort of omniscience, you know, in some way. How far are we? We're on Ether from Ether. That is the MSQ we're on. Ether to Ether, sorry. Bunlocks, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Heartbloom, Elpis Flowers, Hydaelyn, Vanar. We know Vanar is here somewhere, by the way. She's somewhere within Elpis. We've not seen her yet. We've also seen Argos is here. Hopefully we'll get round to them at some point and we can have a good chat. Hermes... he's shown some, not necessarily nihilistic traits outright, but I can see how the man he is now might eventually become the Fandaniel we know in present day, and how nihilistic he is, and how hell-bent on death and destruction he is. We had a little bit of that at the end of yesterday as well. What was the last Aetheryte you were tuned to? What a wild question. I don't know. Hermes nihilism explains why parcels always go missing. Hey, we're gonna have a good day today, okay? I'm on Ether to Ether. That's where I'm at. 12 Wonders was the last. I get the impression you guys want me to play. And you're done with the theorizing. Hermes and nihilism explains why parcel always goes missing. 12 Wonders, that's it. There you go. We're at the 12 Wonders waypoint. The coordinates I'm at the minute allow me to hit you with them. My coordinates are 6.4, 30.3. I'm on the final chain of Ether to Ether. I just need to speak with Meteon. I've done 0 side quests. My shoe size is an 11, pushing a 12. Shirt size is an L through XL, depends on the company. Is there anything else? I want the Omegassi cork theory already. Well, I've already given it. I've spoken about Omegassi. Yeah. TMI? You asked. No, you didn't, but you could have done. Excuse us if you want to see you play, just because your game enjoyment is too nice and contagious. I'm not belittling that. I'm more saying that it's just not fun. You guys wanted it, and I give it, and you're like, where are you at? It's like, I've told you, like 20 times. Keep your cork out, Andy. We like, oh, okay, I shouldn't have read that, Gomez. It's too far. What did I have for breakfast? Nothing, actually. I had a lunch, and it was a nice chicken sandwich. Yeah. Tuna, I don't know. If you know, I have questions. So how does this impact Triple Triad? Very fun. I missed most of Tuesday, so I appreciate the catch-up. It's just one, it's all good, buddy. I watched Corkboard on company time. Good man. Good man. I guess it was. I did break my fast with it. For Dermis, you're right. Streamer, remember to eat and drink regularly. Inseam measurement? 31, I think. Who's your daddy? What does he do? Morning, everyone. Terrelyn, hello. How are you today? Other corkboards that I think people would care about. Spoke about Hermes. Spoke about Vanar. Hydaelyn. Final Days. Mysterious Voice. Yeah, we'll leave it there for now. I'll do some more corking between now and next time, but yeah. What's the meaning of life? It depends on who you are. I think it's different person to person. The meaning of your life might be very different to my own. But my own meaning is to provide happiness to my friends and family. How cringe is that? Okay. Look at you guys showing off the fact that you've got all of your ether currents, which I want to point out. There's an ether current down here. I saw it before I started stream, and I was going to run down and get it, but thought I'd grab it now. But I never misinterpret my snark for like genuine disdain at those questions. It's more like, what quest do you want? And I say, what quest you want? And I say, and what ether current you at? This one. What ether rate? This one. It just, you know, I get snarky because it's just like I've answered it 20 times. So I just have some fun with it. But no, I genuinely do appreciate all the enthusiasm. Don't misinterpret that. And I do apologize if it is interpreted that way. Thank you. Yeah, I made them myself. The meaning of life is to score a double Yakuman at least once in your life. What is that? I need to know. I have my own tinfoil hat theory involving Omega based on some stuff from the lore books. Interesting. Very interesting. I'd love to hear more about that. Not right now, though. Where did you finish last time? I was forced into a 90-minute IT support session. I finished right here. Right here. Given how he is about Triple Trab, we don't need Endy to pick up Mahjong. Is it Mahjong? Do I pronounce that correctly? I think I do. It's close enough that you know what I'm talking about. Dace, how are you today? Harley, how are you? Welcome on in. Double Yakuman is a very difficult Mahjong hand. I ordered both lore books after hearing you talking about them on stream. Shirakazi, hopefully you enjoy. I've got mine right in front of me. Boom. You pronounce the J, so it's Mahjong? Mahjong. Is Omega in lore book 1? No, he wouldn't be, would he? He'd be in lore book 2. I've not fully read lore book 2. I need to get on that. Because this one I've read front to back. Dace, I see. Alright, let me quickly have a chat with Hermes, then I'll get a drink, then we'll go. We have a duty to the star, this I know, but it doesn't mean we don't also have a responsibility to the lives we bring into existence here. Okay, final corkboard for a sec chat. We were speaking at the end of last stream, and him mentioning that has reminded me. We were speaking at the end of last stream about duty, and how it supersedes absolutely everything in this Amarantine culture, where your duty to the star, its people, is beyond anything else. Your work is quite literally your life. And there's mention that there's a few members of the convocation who subvert the expectation that upon your being done with the convocation, instead of them returning to the planet, as most of them do, a few of them have subverted that rule. And I presume, again considering we exist, that that is what Azem did. Right? Because we find out after they've left the convocation, the dissidents who allied themselves with Vanar offered an invitation to our Azem and said, hey, would you like to come join us? We're summoning Heidelin. And our Azem said, no thanks, I'm okay. And then they presumably were sundered along with everybody else, hence why we exist now, right? But we are Azem sundered. So it feels to me that some members of Amarot, and maybe others that weren't necessarily affiliated with the convocation, found meaning in their life outside of their work. And I can see how that's a conflict of interests, because then from that, a lot of dissent may form. Because if one person's like, damn, I know you guys are enjoying your work, but have you tried actually living and like exploring and meeting new people? It's pretty good, actually. Quite enjoy that. Because then if everyone starts thinking that way, it's a collapse of their society, right? This Amarot society. And it seems to be at the heart of what we're learning right now in Elpis. What video games Missile Mage, out of interest? RSM said, I'm more of a Hello Dellen person myself and got aggressively booed away. I will say, the reason I'm saying our Azem is last time somebody said, which Azem are you referring to? And I get the idea that Azem is a seat within the convocation and isn't a person. I don't know of any other Azem other than our Azem. I don't know whether they've spoiled or whether they're just like they were being funny, but when I speak of Azem, I'm speaking about our Azem, not like an Azem that would have existed. Too much corking, streamer. That's Mosey. You know what? I think we'll talk a little bit more now. Emmett would rage hard. Azem these nuts. Okay, no, don't say that. Don't say that. But yeah, it's interesting because there's a parallel to be drawn between Meteon and her own purpose that she's trying to find in life right now, being this artificial being that lacks a soul.
I thank you for your continued pledge to the knighthood.
And how these members of the Convocation and other ancients have also attempted to find meaning. Those who have gone against the grain and decided to forego returning to the planet, the ethereal sea, and instead went their own way. I think it's an interesting idea. Embla Lune, thank you for the follow, and Venomous Duck, thank you for the 9 months. Enjoy your new sub badge. Hope you enjoy that. Court Card 2, Court Carter. It's the greatest Christmas film you could possibly imagine. Emma and Hithodeus, I'm loving them. They're great as well. Really enjoying their company. Okay. I think I'm ready to play now. Let's go. Meteon. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. Okay. A sentimental gift. You needn't be an Entelechy to feel the weight bearing down on Hermes. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Meteor? Are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Endy. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Meteon in your care again? Interesting. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. What were you able to deduce, Meteon? What's going on? Can you help me with something, Endy? Of course. The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here, at the 12 Wonders. Meteon is now accompanying you. Fantastic. Does it frustrate anybody else that you have to go through that dialogue every time? Like the 3 boxes that pop up, like, she's now following, go here, do this. Every time. Let's search the 12 Wonders first. You'd think one and done's enough, wouldn't you? But it's like it's not insulting to her intelligence, but it's like, just in case you forgot. Let's tell you about it all over again. Like, imagine if every time you picked up a quest, it's like, this is a quest objective. Go here and do this, then hand it in here. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree. Oh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. Okay. And when I say it annoys me, like, I'm not going to make a forum post angrily like, I can't believe it. What is going on? It's just like a minor annoyance, you know? It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, Ashrik, I agree. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Okay. On it. I mean, you say that, but some people finish Endwalker and still aren't sure who Azem is. I get that, though. I guess it depends on people's priorities, right? Like, I know a friend of mine would love the game and the gameplay, but the story would glide off them like water off a duck's back. And that's fine, you know, I get that, but it's a travesty that that does happen because it's such a great game and the story's so good. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. What pattern does it form? Okay. Okay. I was going to say pizza pattern. Yeah. You're friends with a duck? Neat. Being in hunt servers has shown me how differently some people play the game. Familiar plant. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, a conion. A flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Andy. At spotting flowers, we'll find something soon. Oh, Turgot, I agree. The thing is, though, there are definitely people in chat who I know devour playthroughs. Because I remember I was struggling to remember a quote from like early in A Realm Reborn, and like 3 people were like, here's the quote, here's when it was said, here's who said it, here's the exact line of the dialogue in which they said it. So you got people on way too many different levels of like understanding and knowledge of the game. People who have had their playthrough and enjoyed the story, people who had their playthrough and didn't necessarily gel with the story, and then people who can, like an encyclopedia, go, this is when that was said, to who, and when, and why. You get it. You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah, over there, Andy. Something big, huge. Okay. I really, really need to level up my Blue Mage so I can get the Marble mount. I need it desperately. Desperately. I would say, and remember this for not only my own stream here, this stream, but other streams too, is, you know, I've experienced this game over the course of a year, and like, I'm having to theorize about things on the fly. I can't wait until I'm caught up and I can have like weeks, months to sort of go, okay, well, you know, what could this mean? What could that mean? And as my understanding of the game will largely grow over time, as it has for a lot of you, you know. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Lovely. GT Sierra, thank you for the 2 months of support. I greatly appreciate it. There's no resub message. I thought there would be. Sierra, thank you for the 2 months. I greatly appreciate that. Welcome on in. I can, Gorshan. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the Morbol-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Andy? Would he like it? It's probably not the good sort of memory. Yeah, I wouldn't touch that. So not this one either. Finding a good flower, it's harder than I thought.
To the night.
Evely, thank you for gifting a sub to Ken_I or Ken_L. I don't know which of the above letters that is, but Ken, welcome on in. Courtesy of Evely. Thank you, Evely. Can we get some love and chat for Evely, please? I'm sorry, Andy, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Okay. Gorshan, really? Do you guys think you'll get the expansion name in 2 weeks? Huh. I don't know what I'd predict at this point. Given the fact that my 2 hopes for Endwalker haven't happened, I'd hope that maybe they get continued on into 7.0. My current theory, and this is as someone who is, what level quest am I on? Level 86. I'm on the level 86 quest of Endwalker. My current theory, given the fact that dragons are becoming more important in the world, and given the fact that there's been a couple nods to Mericidia already, I'm still sticking with Mericidia. Drink, chat. Drink. Sorry. I've never given a gift before. Were you nervous too for your first time? Muting just in case? What, of me saying Mericidia? Drink again. Oh, dear. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Ah, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there. What could it be? Hey! More Elpis flowers. I was kind of hoping that would happen. Mericides nuts. Nemesis, I never thought you'd stoop so low. Oh! Elpis flowers! They're here too! Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're Entelekis. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Interesting. Truly? The flower was dark in your home? Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? Oh. I've known the pain and sorrow of loss. I've felt great fury and frustration. I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. I dare say I have a few. I've known the pain and sorrow of loss. I see. Hermes has known the same. The feeling that a part of you is gone. Again and again. But no one notices. Please, Endy. Won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Truly? You'll do it? I will. Begrudgingly. Thank you, Endy, thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. It's nerve-wracking because I don't know how old Meteion is supposed to be. Months, years old, but they must be relatively young, right? In terms of when they were created. And again, this is why I was speaking about artificial intelligence in stories, films, literature, Frankenstein's monster, and how hard it must be for a being like that to comprehend emotion, especially if you are in the situation that Meteion is in, where they are an Enteleki, able to tap into emotion in a way unlike anybody else that exists in this unsundered paradise. I don't want to necessarily tip the scales, you know? It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until after they're finished. Okay. I will wait as long as we need to. Blimey, we've waited a while. Okay.
Stop. Indeed.
Thank you, Erastos.
Have fun with the MSQ, Andy. See
I
you
will.
in 2 weeks and or in the VODs.
I'll see you in the VODs, Erastos. Thank you for the 500 bits. Can we get some love in chat for Erastos, please? Cheers, buddy. Have a lovely, wonderful 2-week vacation. In Sweden, yeah? Have a lovely time, man. Don't worry, chat. I already know a few of you are going to be like, turn alerts off. They're off, okay? Erastos, thank you, buddy. Hermes! I'm about to make this flower dark by thinking of dark thoughts.
You were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes. We've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteion company.
My pleasure.
Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Perfect.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
I haven't mentioned it, but I love the design, by the way, of Meteion. I think they look great. Like the ears, feathered ears, it's great. Hairstyle as well. Like the fidelity of the model, this looks great.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
How dark is this that Meteion's like, go on, think some dark thoughts. Do I get to pick? Or am I just going to think dark thoughts?
everyone, Hermes. Others feel sad too.
I see Mission has shared much with you.
Is that okay? Oh! Oh! What do his eyes look like? Oh!
May we talk a moment?
Very nice. Hey! Little hedgehog. I had one of those in my garden the other day, chat. First one I've ever seen with my own eyes.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place.
See, this is the dilemma, isn't it? Living for the star or living for yourself. But as immortal beings, you know, I guess it's hard to find that meaning, isn't it? Leaf Queen, how are you? Leaf Queen. There's some horse pictures in Discord from like a couple weeks ago. Go find them. How are you today, Leaf Queen? Welcome on in.
And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt.
What do I think the Warrior of Light was thinking? The fact that they went pinky purple rather than dark. I do wonder, because I don't know what pinky purple relates to, like what emotion.
Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful.
I do, because that resonated with me.
Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful.
Huh.
Yet no one cares. No one.
It's an interesting topic, isn't it? Because I feel like the existence of dips in one's emotional well-being give the possibility for there to be highs, right? Without feeling sadness and despair and hurt and anguish, happiness and joy, there is no difference in the emotions you feel, is there? It's very human to have these ups and downs, you know?
So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread.
It's so tough because he makes such a good point. And we mentioned it on Tuesday, like when we carelessly were like, yeah, we'll just kill a couple of these petaluders. And they were like, yeah, it doesn't matter. You can kill them. They'll come back. We can make more. with not a second regard to, even though they're artificial creations, we still just ripped their ether from them in order to repurpose it in the form of these robes, right?
But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteion's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Oh no. Another thing I wanted to corkboard about was the idea that maybe we are in a time loop, like a closed time loop, where we, in coming back here, responsible for maybe setting in motion the events that would eventually lead to the final day's beginning. And maybe us in enabling Hermes' thoughts, feelings, emotions is maybe the catalyst, which doesn't feel good. Glad I could be of service. Let's have no more brooding, eh? Oh, I could tell you all about suffering. I'm gonna go with that. I want to see his response. I could tell you all about suffering.
Lest you misunderstand, I derive no pleasure from your pain. It's just the fact that you are still here in spite of your suffering gives me heart. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are?
Well, in modern day, they're gates, as perceived by the astrologians, as a way to enter the heavens. The 7 of them.
Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there?
How often do you guys stare up at the stars? I catch myself doing it like maybe every couple nights. We've got really low light pollution where I live, and if I stand out in the garden and look up, it's just like a blanket of stars, and it's so nice. It's... depending on your emotional state, it can be really overwhelming to be like, whoa, holy shit. It's beautiful. If you get the opportunity to do it, it terrifies me. I'm with you, Starquake. I live in London. What's a star? Ashrick. When we were in London a couple years back, I remember looking up at like midnight, and you could see the moon. I was like, okay, I feel so sorry for you, man.
What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day?
Good question.
To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters.
And her sisters? Ooh. There's more than just Meteion. Is Meteion like the baby then? Oh, chat. Maybe Meteion isn't that voice we heard. Maybe it's a sister.
Aye, sisters.
How many?
She has a great many of them.
Oh!
And they have already departed on their journey. Traveling to one star and then the next in search of life.
Oh, okay. Oh, chat. Nervous goosebumps. Many of them, a great many. And they have already departed on their journey. Okay, right. So that must make Meteion the newest and the youngest of them all.
As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties. And thus far, I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long.
And I suppose if they are beings of dynamis, they won't need to sustain themselves with ether. Maybe that little bit of ether that they have to bind them together is all they need. Zith1, thank you for mentioning that, because I was going to ask in a second if someone could mention that to me. That is right, isn't it? That when he chats to Emmet and Hythlodaeus, he says that Meteion is still, you know, a prototype. I don't think he says the word prototype, but that's what he's getting at, isn't it? So maybe Meteion is like the iPhone 11, and her sisters are like the original iPhone, you know? They're old now, but they're out there in the world doing their thing, whereas, you know, we've got a Retina display now, and a new CPU processor in this one, you know? Yeah, you can have multiple prototypes, but, I mean, I think you're disregarding the way in which he said it infers that Meteion is a brand new creation, and yeah, I suppose she is, but the way he worded it made me, and I assume others, think that there's only one of them. You know?
And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness.
Please do. Fascinating.
It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow.
I agree.
Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right.
Oh? Oh? What's happening? Huh. Huh. What's that about? She was looking at that island over there. Or that one. That one? I don't know. One of those islands over there. Is it this one? Hold on. I don't know. Either she was looking at an island or the sea of stars beyond. I don't know. Hermes VA is very good. Play the VOD back. Taco, hello Taco, how are you today? There are rocks on them, I know, what could they mean? D1000, hello, how are you today? Lovely to see you. Fascinating. So there are already Sisters of Meteion soaring the stars. Hello, Pi. Hey, Head Chocolate. Only your selfless love and affection can keep him blissfully dilemma-free. Pi, thank you. I really appreciate that. Hold on. Let's get them out. I'm using the, There we go. Where is he? I'd love to be able to beckon him on my shoulder, but I doubt he can climb. Can he climb? Oh! No, he just moves. Never mind. Fascinating then that there are already other Meteions out there in the stars, because in my corkboarding earlier, that reminds me of my dilemma in that I don't know how the timeline works, because my theory was that Meteion is part of the reason the final days happened, because of Dynamis and her relation to Dynamis and so on and so forth, but I couldn't see how she could turn bad so quickly. Maybe it's not her. Maybe it's one of these earlier prototypes who are already among the stars. And maybe one of those sisters happens to go to Omega's planet, hence the face. There you go. That line from that conversation, the fact that you're still here in spite of your suffering, gives me heart. It's so beautiful in such a sad way. 100%. It's so good. The dialogue in this game has been sublime the whole time, but I feel like ever since, I don't know, Shadowbringers especially, it feels like it's just gone through the roof. So good. I'm glad Hermes saw the flowers. Thank you, Endy. It will help, I hope. Today will be difficult for him. Were you able to get some rest? Please do not hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired. I worry we might exhaust your scarce reserves of ether. Artisian, how are you today? Welcome on in. Am I scroll locking chat? Not at the minute. I won't look at chat so much, so I don't accidentally get spoiled. The prodigal familiar returns, and after causing all manner of trouble while we were in our meeting, I'm sure. Verdict and execution. I hope that doesn't have a double meaning. Hermes appears solemn and sorrowful. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaons. Lycaons? Anyway, you know what I'm saying. 7 were created for observation. And all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as chief overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. You say it as like ones? Okay, like ones. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existing like ones are served or have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course, let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. It's umbral wind, chat. Can we spot the moon? No. It's fascinating that it only appears during that weather. Very interesting. Oh my goodness. Mew. It's Bubbles. Okay. The F is a moon? It's the name of an animal, like saying dogs instead of dogs. Yeah, I do love it here. I'm gonna be sad when I'm done with the MSQ here, but at the same time, I do want to try and exhaust a lot of the side quests, which I've not done in any of the other zones, but this feels like a special one-off opportunity, you know, for something special. Let's start now. No. Ooh. Oh, this is the quest. Oh, shit. Okay. I was going to say, what is this over here? This is where I'm meant to be. It's, the Fenrir. He's taken out 4 of the 7. Okay. I love this intrigue music. I love that it's stayed in the game since A Realm Reborn. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Endy handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. Okay. Ah, rando, cool. If this is how it must end, then so be it. How do you get gold chocobo feathers? Out of interest. I will render assistance to Emet-Selch, unneeded though it is. Okay. You just want to hang out with him. Just admit it. Oh, I thought it was the silver ones for Refer a Friend. Okay. When I started playing this game, we had like 10 people who started playing with me, and they all used other people's codes, and I was next on the list. Like, I was the next one to get their referral code used. No one's used it. No one's used it yet. I'm so sad. Meteon, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes! The Lycaons... Lycaons? I'm going with that. Must be reverted. I would spare you their pain and mine. This is my burden, not yours. If you're intent on helping, then please follow my lead. Ah, Terralyn, cool. Can you then move back? So could you move to a preferred server and then move back and keep your feathers? Stay with Hermes, Endy. He will need someone when the time comes. Never mind my wounds. They're easily healed. It is the Lycones which concern me. Okay, let's go. Okay. D1000, how are you getting on your journey through the lovely FF14? Charge, it's good, isn't it? It's very intense. I like it, though. I do like it. I can't believe my luck in seeing the moon that one time, because I've not been able to see it again. It is 5 PM in-game, though, so maybe if it's technically nighttime, I'd be able to see it. Hello, Hermes. I appreciate your help, and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry. Within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here is my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lycone's attention. Hold on. I might have locked Mrs. D20 out. Checking my phone. Wait 1 second, chat. Wait 1 second. Oh, no. It's not my fault. It's not my fault, chat. And it's raining. God, what a horrible husband. The suspense is killing me. I'd like to point he didn't just lock the missus out, but also his unborn baby. Yeah, it's technically true. Anyway, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, I mean, Sarah, maybe. Hope you're doing well, by the way, buddy. Here is my plan. You'll approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lycone's attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. A few moments is all I require. Make sure that you command its attention. Hold on. Oh shit, I've started. I wanted to try and get some screenshots. Okay. Fire ether. I got too close, chat. Never mind. We're good. Lockdown 5? Time to M-dance? Oh, well. Something which I don't think I've mentioned enough is something that MMOs struggled with was finding ways to combat the fact that every quest was go kill 10 boars, collect 10 bear claws, deliver this to this person, go pick up some poop over here. And the way that 14 handles it is they do still have these really mundane quests. But when was the last time we did combat in the MSQ? It's been a little while. I like that the quests are less about actions and more about actual, like, storytelling, you know? It's quite nice. What do I click on? Hermes? Not quite yet. Stand your ground a little longer? Oh, I did not see the destination. My bad. Yeah, Hans, exactly. Now. Go on, Hermes. I love the staff. That's cool. I love that animation.
Oh. Forgive me.
Ah, bless him.
Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes.
Emmet does pick his time, doesn't he? Huh?
You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction?
He's made a great point. And there's a parallel I'll make after this. Between the sundered...
I do not know.
The sundered
Were
who...
I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death.
100%. What a great way of looking at it.
If it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts. I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
Prop, I was going to point that out. I think that was the moon, yeah.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
To the right of Hermes in the sky.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
It's frustrating we didn't get the shot again. The moon was perfectly
I expect
silhouetted.
we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Let's do it.
Aye.
It should still be there because of the weather, so I'll have a look. It should still be in the sky. Like a crescent moon. Oh. From where I am here, it would have been... There it is. There's the moon, chat. On Elpis. Or in... yeah. Above Elpis. Photoshopped? Someone did accuse me of photoshopping it, because they were like, is that a star above the moon? I was like, yeah, it is. But, like, I didn't put it there. Another planet? I'd be very scared if that was a planet so close to Aetheris. I should be able to zoom in with, I know, Chocobo. It was a lot of effort. There it is, chap. I was gonna say, it's, I hadn't even thought about it in that way, but the way he spoke to the Lycone, sorry, where am I? Forgive me, please forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift, may find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten in concept, endure, and reclaim form, and one day live again. Serve not the star or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy, but leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew, fly free, fly high. And then Hermes brings up the whole leaving to replace another, to be replaced, it changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? And it just reminds me of, like, the whole Ascian plot of, you know, literally committing mass genocide, sacrificing the lives of millions upon billions of people in order to bring back this perfect world. Because in the same way the Ascians viewed us as sundered beings, it's almost the same way they view these artificial creations in their paradise, in that they can be destroyed, that it's of no consequence to them. And his whole thing of like, well, if I replace the existing Hermes, I will then one day be replaced, and it's just like you're a cog in a machine, and there is no individuality there. You are just another piece of the machinery. And there's nothing, where's the joy in that? Where's the life lived? They made them so they should take responsibility. And these millions of lives they killed with the rejoining, you see that Emmett saw that they're not more than animals. Just another brick in a wall. Tasty bread, exactly. It means that life is only worth living if it's perfect. Hermes is a very kind soul working in a place that can't always be kind. What makes something more alive than something else? I mean, that's the ultimate question, isn't it? I think in the context of what's going on in the game at the minute, it's less about being more alive and just living a life that isn't for the purpose of working towards a goal that would then ultimately see your life replaced by another life lived with the same purpose. There is no individuality, and they mention that, don't they? That individuality is shunned as part of the Amarotine society, you know? And I think that goes beyond just what you wear, because obviously everyone has to look the same, hood up, mask on, but also to the way in which you live your life, in that it needs to be very by the book. Your duty supersedes everything else. That is your purpose in life. And I think that's why Azem is a very interesting role and character, in that they don't necessarily completely defy that, but there is a defiance there in what their purpose is within the convocation, and what we've heard of Azem from Emmett and Hythlodaeus, you know? I have the feeling that Hermes is searching for actual happiness and not just serving. They talked about their culture not liking individuality. Yes, yeah, you may have written that? You know what I'm trying to say, as I mentioned it, yeah. I keep saying that whole expansion could be sold with a hug. I think it needs a little bit more than that. A hug and maybe some hot chocolate delivered by none other than Horsefun? That'd be great. 2 hugs then? Yeah, that might be enough. He only feels bad for the creations because of Meteon. He can't even process those feelings. Azem's seat is the most free. Yeah, exactly, Tenchi. Fascinating, isn't it? Because it is such a great question. It has been quite an exciting visit for you thus far. Oh, you weren't injured, were you? Good, good. Like, finding purpose in life. Luna's very excited. Finding purpose in life isn't just like a plot point in the game. Surely we all grapple with that on a weekly basis. I know I do. Where every now and then I'll catch myself and be like, what am I doing? Like, what's my purpose? What's my drive? What's my goal? And from that, I think that's what makes you a living being, right? That idea of that you can pursue what you want to pursue for your own happiness, right? Oh no, Garland, I was reading someone else's comment. Do you mean to say that Hermes will never serve? Sorry, I'll see myself out. That checks out too. Yeah. Fascinating. The other Lycones have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well-deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet, never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? I don't know what answer he's searching for, or if it is within our power to give it, but I believe he would make a fine Van Daniel, and that if he rejects us out of hand, he will all be lesser for it, or we will all be lesser for it. I just accept that my purpose is to eat hot chip and lie. I mean, that sounds like a good life. I had my call, very bizarre. They said someone internally was promoted because the external person they wanted refused their shoddy offer, and now they want to interview... You right, Mrs. D20? Mrs. D20 wanted the scan photos, chat. See ya. Sorry, let me catch up. Sorry, Taj. Because the external offer, and now they want me to interview for a slightly different position on the team. I'm conflicted, but I might take them up on it if only to learn more. Still position. Taj. I think that's a decision that you should ruminate on for a little bit and have a good think about it. But to me, the whole prestigious company thing, and the opportunity to maybe get an internal promotion later down the line and maybe get yourself in there, I think it could work out, but again, I obviously know very little, but that sounds good to me, Touch, in my unprofessional opinion. Keep us up to date on how it goes. My purpose is to pet good doggies. I think that's the most open thing we've heard from Emmett. Emmett still wants Hermes in that role. I hated Van Daniel, and Hermes ended up being one of my favorite characters. I'm really enjoying Hermes at the minute. A lot, actually. They did take a month and a half to get back to them. Yeah, no, true. Which is why I'm like, yeesh, that doesn't sound great. But at the same time, if they're finally making that contact, and if they can prove to be better, then sounds good to me. Yeah, I love Hermes. I'll admit that. I think Hermes is a great character, and I wasn't expecting that. I thought I was going to end up hating him, because I really, truly thought that we'd just see him be this cruel, twisted person. But in actual fact, he is the most aligned out of all of the ancients with the way we perceive life. Which is unexpected, considering the Hermes that we know through the Van Daniel that we meet. Armand's Van Daniel. Armand Daniel? However you want to talk about him. Obviously, the way he perceives life is so different to ours that I thought there's no way Hermes would be similar, you know? Everyone is a product of their environment. Is it? Humans are awful to each other and nature. I'm talking about us in-game. In real life, Harley, sure. I'm talking more about us as the warrior of light. I should have made that clear. In real life, yeah, humans are pretty despicable. And they are also in the game to an extent, but referring more so to the warrior of light. And the way we perceive emotion, life, souls, you get it. I don't know what answer he's searching for, if it is within our power to give it, but I believe he would make a fine Van Daniel, and that if he rejects us out of hand, we will all be lesser for it. Travelers, hey, level 87, chat. We're getting a promotion. The Travelers at the Crossroads. Hythlodaeus wishes to discuss plans for the remainder of your visit. Where to now? If there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused this position within the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Andy? Will you continue along with us? I shall. Wonderful! Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we'll first head back to Anagnorisis. Okay. Level 87, huh? And we still haven't been... We still haven't been to the final zone. I am leaning more and more towards the idea that the final zone could very well be something like the Ethereal Sea. It's either going to be I don't think... get ready to drink. Last time I'll say it for a while, promise. I don't think it's going to be Mericidia. There's absolutely no way I can see the plot taking us there now. I don't think it's going to be the New World unless there's a revelation that that distant metropolis wherein the final days began, if that has an important part to play. Like if here in Elpis we hear about it and they talk about it, and maybe there we can find the source. That voice we hear, at last, which to me now sounds like it may very well be one of Meteon's sisters. If that voice is there in that distant metropolis, maybe we might go there. The only other option outside of the Ethereal Sea and the New World would be... I don't know. It'd be a shame if we don't get to see the moon become a spaceship. I'll say that. But that might be next expansion. But then why would we go anywhere? I don't know if we'll see the moon be a spaceship or not. Because if we're trying to combat the final days, and that is impacting us here, I don't think we're going to be spaceshipping. But I'm using some meta knowledge here. We still haven't seen Pizza Ship that's in the logo. What if I've misinterpreted Endwalker's logo? And that instead of us flying Pizza Ship to the moon, that isn't the moon in the logo? And what if that is a planet where we find the source? You know? It's not a pizza, it's a carrot. We're going to fly the moon to Argus to stop the Burning Legion. That was a pretty cool moment in Warcraft. Let's not be around the bush. That was pretty cool. So yeah. Pizza Ship needs to happen. That still hasn't happened. Ethereal Sea. At the minute, if I had to like give it as a percentage, I think my most likely zone to be the final zone of the expansion feels like it could be the Ethereal Sea. I'm still keen on the fact that I think that in order to bring balance about, Hydaelyn needs to perish at some point. So I think the Ethereal Sea could maybe be where it ends. Maybe I've misinterpreted. Like, maybe the voice that we hear isn't an outside voice, Meteon or her sisters, but rather something that exists within the Ethereal Sea, maybe? Like, maybe something has infiltrated the Ethereal Sea and is trying to get at Hydaelyn? I really don't know. Didn't we part ways with Hermes not far from here? Given the size of Elpis, I expect our paths will cross again before long. From here, we follow the path northwards to Natonius. I'm going to go Natonius, like Notorious, but Natonius. There we will find one of the Noose, which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We need only use the device together once, and henceforth you will have use of it, Start again. Henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Does anyone know when the weather's going to change? It's cloudy at the minute, and I wasn't sure if the weather's going to change in like 2 minutes. Because if it does, I might wait for that and then go up there. Because it just did. I mean, like from clouds to something else. Because it's kind of miserable at the minute. It's going to take a while. 4 hours? It's going to take 4 hours? What do you mean Eorzea time? 4 hours Eorzea time. Okay. I was going to say... That would be awful if we're stuck here with this for 4 actual real-life hours. Okay. That's a shame. I'm not going to stall for 20 minutes. I'd love to, because I don't want to, you know, get to this next part of the zone and for it to be cloudy, but... Oh, well. God, it's a shame, though, isn't it? Didn't Warcraft introduce a toy that allowed you to change weather on the fly? I don't know. Unless the need is pressing, I won't be tracking Hermes with my ethereal sight. This poor man is to spy on someone's comings and goings in such a fashion, so don't ask. Social conventions notwithstanding, perceiving ether requires deliberate and intense concentration, and we otherwise keep our eyes on the corporeal world. Okay. Here we are. Natonius. This Nuus will take us to Calamelios Zephyros, the western island. I love the names. That's it right there. Looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above. Okay, let's check it out. Let's investigate. I wish for cutscenes it gave you, like, proper, perfect weather. And I know that probably isn't a sentiment shared by everybody, but I'd love to, you know. I mean, it's not that different, is it? I thought it might look wildly different up here. Okay, whatever.
I present to you Kalamelios Zephyros.
I was pretty good with the pronunciation. I'll take that.
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
What does Poiton mean? That isn't rhetorical. What does Poiton mean? I remember reading about it once. What does Poiton mean? Pokey Oaks should be crafted to fit the cutscene. A composer, poets. That's it. Gotcha.
Right then. Let's begin by...
There's someone in chat whose name is Poiton as well. Thurs and Woffat's friend, I think. Hey, hello.
Well, well. An Arraius. How delightful.
Oh, Arraius. I was saying Aureus. Shit, Arius. Aureus. Okay. Mizu, welcome on in. How are you today? Ooh.
And what, pray tell, is that?
I love his reaction. Is that King Shark? Chat, what's happening here?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago.
Oh, I like it.
Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst, concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Okay. Oh! Oh! Hey!
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
Hello, familiar woman. Oh, chat. Gosh, she's got style. Kinda like that.
Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
I was kind of hoping she'd say a trio of familiar faces. Now, wouldn't that have been something?
Vanar, that we should meet you here.
Thank you for the reminder game.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star.
Yep.
Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work.
Ah, okay. What role did Vanar fulfill?
Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Right. Right. That explains why that person said, which Azem am I referring to? Shame it was Spoil. I didn't know it was her, though. I didn't know it was her. Wow. Okay, so Vanar had previously served as Azem. I never would have thought that. I never would have thought that. I mean, there probably were numerous Azems before us. Whoa. I mean, it's not really a spoiler. Whoa. Okay, pause the phone. I'm going to be very quick because people get pissed off when I take moments to pause. It's a spoiler. Never up until that point in the game is it ordained to us that we have met another Azem. So when someone says, which Azem? Obviously, I can only refer to one. So in saying that there's multiple, I know there would have been multiple given that it's a title, but the idea that I could be referring to another one when I'm only aware of one is 100% spoiling it. And if you deny that, then I don't know what logic you're using. I know I love my I love my aura, but my shocked face always looks sad, right? I just look so sad. What's that about? Wow. So anyway, Vanar is the previous Azem. That is fascinating to me. Because I would not have called that in a million years.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number.
So she probably sees a kinship in us. She knows that we are the Traveller, for she mentions that on the boat on the way to Sharlayan. That we are a Traveller. So the whole time she must have seen within us the soul of Azem. Or the last Azem to fulfill the role of Azem, right?
A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Technically, she's right here. Speak with me, Vanar.
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day.
Wow.
I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, I love it. I love it, chat. This is everything I could have wanted and more. Going into Endwalker, I just wanted to learn more about who we are. This is answering it and then some. This is great.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
I was really hoping she'd be able to... Oh? Oh? What is going on?
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
What? What? What do you mean? Have I perchance come from the future? Elaborate! I love how even they're shocked.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
Is she referring to the Blessing of Light?
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
I can't think of anything else it could be.
A Traveller's Ward, of course.
Oh.
It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Traveller's Ward. Perfect name. I love that. Traveller's Ward. Not only am I the Traveller with the Traveller's Ward, but she as the previous Traveller... I'd skip. Traveller's Ward. Okay. So not the Blessing of Light. It prevents the corruption of one's ether. I don't think I knew this. That sounds rather like the Blessing of Light, right? Does it protect you from the enthrallment? Oh, chat, I want to click both of these. One to see, obviously, the Blessing of Light relation. But also, I want to hear her reaction to me mentioning primals. Chat, I don't know what to go. I need to flip a coin. I'm gonna roll a dice. If it's even, I'll go with number 2. If it's odd, I'll go for the first one. I see mods having delete messages. Before you send your message, reread it, double check it, click it if you don't think it's gonna spoil. If you think it's gonna spoil, Control A, hit delete, don't send it. Okay, we got evens, chat. So, does it protect you from enthrallment by primals? What's their response to that, I wonder?
Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection.
Interesting. So to me, it sounds like it's
I
one
gather
in the...
from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
It sounds like it's one and the same then, with the Blessing of Light. Maybe this is just its canonical name?
From the future? That's absurd.
It's not. It's not, buddy.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
Vanar, you're gonna get me in trouble. Have you not seen Back to the Future? If I say too much, Biff Tannen is gonna have a casino and he's gonna date my mum. It's not gonna be good. We've gotta be careful.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
When he says cannot, I wasn't sure if that's you literally cannot, or don't do it, like you cannot, or it will ruin everything.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours.
Right. Okay, so it is like a splintered timeline. Interesting. So we could doom this timeline if we just, like, come in here and we're like, yo, okay, basically the final days happens, there are primals, Limsa, Luminza, Uldar, Kani, Senna, Gridania, you know? Gotcha. So we're in a totally different timeline, technically. I took it as literally Two-Face. Yeah. And I've flitted between cannot and mustn't, you know? Fascinating.
How very exciting.
This
I'm
is great.
quite fond of delving into the unknown. And there's naught more unknown than the future.
Ah, Yoshi P, please let me chat with Vanar at length. Please, don't let this be like a one-off conversation. Let's go sip
Until
some
a
tea.
moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge. So you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest.
Oh, chat, this is... I've loved Elpis, but this right here is like fever pitch. This is so good.
Will you not reveal it to us?
Oh!
Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Vanar! I don't know if I can. Oh, go on then. Go on, tell her! Oh, see, Emmett's getting annoyed now. Just tell her.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Emmett, buddy, I wish I could tell you everything you've done to me. I killed you, basically.
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
We're really doing this? Are we really doing this? Okay. I mean, if you command it, Emmett, how could I disobey? Can we go sit down somewhere?
Why don't we move to a place
Yes!
more conducive to calm conversation?
I'm with you, Vanar. Like, this does not seem like an appropriate place to be dropping these bombs. Let's go find like a nice quiet area.
I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest.
Old friend's behest. She was the previous Azem. Old friend. Who could it be? An old friend's behest. I don't know.
If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Old friend's request. Nope. I can think of a few people, but nothing concrete.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it.
Yes! Yes, we were, Vanar! Oh, I love it, chat. Oh, this is going to be so good.
Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
This is so good. Oh my god. I'm gonna ruin their timeline, chat. I'm gonna ruin their timeline. Quick, pull up a seat. Right, let me talk to you about some things. Anyway, you become like some tyrant hell-bent on destruction and destroying these reflections, and you sunder the world, and, you know, things went a bit crazy for a time. Belatedly, allow me to replay this alert. Xaviax, welcome back for a year and a half.
I thank you for your continued pledge to the...
Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much for your continued support. Cheers, man.
Work is very busy right now, but I needed to take this opportunity to interrupt a cutscene. // Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Xaviax, I love and hate you equally. Thanks, buddy, for the year and a half of support. I really do appreciate it. Hopefully work goes well. Cannot wait to hear more about Optimus Theory. I'm sure it's coming along very well. What's the matter, Mystic? Can you hear me? Are you watching ads right now? There are ways to fix that, including Twitch Prime and a subscription to the channel. Or you can use ad blockers, which would be kind of mean, but you can do it if you'd like to. Also, I love that she refers to this whole concept as mischief. She was a Zem. Mischief is mandatory for these goblin machines, it seems. I totally imagine her flipping her hair as she said that. Vanar doesn't seem too worried, so why are you? Because they might be like, I don't know, they seemingly, I don't know, can ascertain some of the gravity of what I'm dealing with, right? But they can't comprehend what I'm about to tell them. Hey, you summon Heidelin. They summon, Zodiac. You sunder the world and
Clever little shite.
Ilbert? Oh, chat, he's in my room. Where is he? Thanks, Ichi, I appreciate it. And Kalane, thank you for the follow as well. I saw some people redeem Andy promotes himself. I'll do it really quickly. You can subscribe, Twitch Prime, donate, Patreon. I don't know what else you can do. Thank you. The weather's cleared up as well. Perfect. Emmett, chat with me. And there I thought you were a harmless stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, this nebulous talk of future this and changing history, that can wait. First, I mean to find out exactly who you are and what you hope to achieve here. The future. Our future.
Sword.
I'm deathly curious to hear more.
And welcome.
Mizu! Thank you for choosing to continue the gift sub you received from Senpai. I greatly appreciate that. To be honest, I've watched a lot of streamers playing through Endwalker, and I still don't know what's the expansion's about. You gotta stop spoiling yourself, D1000. Don't worry, chat. I'm breathing, I'm drinking. Look at Mr. Selk pondering. This has been amazing. I didn't think this was going to be a possibility. The way that I'd perceived what Elidibus had said, again, I've flitted between the two, whether it's I literally cannot say anything, in that maybe I'm like magically bound to not mention what happens in the future, or he's saying you cannot do this. What if you do, you're going to ruin everything. So,
Andy.
I feel like the imminent conversation is going to be mind-blowing.
You shared X5.
Cheers, Dace.
This money is for Andy, but the message is for chat, too. Take a deep breath, drink some water, stretch. Be kind and thoughtful. Again, I'm happy you've made it here, in spite of everything.
Aww.
/Gmail.
Kinda could have done without the end bit, Dace. When do I get to breathe out? You instructed us to take a deep breath, but when do we get the exhale? I think a few people might pass out. Dace, thank you for the £5. I do appreciate it. Where am I? I had taken it as a warning, like, don't mess this up. Yeah, again, I flipped between the two. I wasn't sure. I love that mentioning primals. The Traveler's Ward, by the way. I feel like... Is that just renaming the Blessing of Light? Where is it in the book? The Warriors of Light. Sparkling Parfait! Thank you for the 250 bits. Hello. I'm just quickly glancing through here. The Warriors of Light. The Blessing of Light. If recollection of self-proclaimed heroes are to be believed, Hydaelyn will often attempt to make contact with those who possess the Echo, sometimes in the form of a voice, other times in the form of a vision, and still other times in the form of enhanced senses or protective barriers to shield against powerful magics. These boons are being called Blessings of Light. Yet despite their frequency, little is known about them. However, it is assumed that many of the miracles which appear in myth and legend are actually instances of Hydaelyn bestowing her blessing upon an individual. I don't know how to take that. Ariu, welcome back for 27 months. Base, thank you for the £10. And
Dace_U has just tipped £10. Okay, you can exhale now.
There we go. Thanks, Dace. Momo, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Can we get some love and chat for Momo, please? Momo, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Get yourself involved, Momo. Thank you very much for choosing to subscribe. I greatly appreciate it. Traveler's Ward, chat. Traveler's Ward. Fascinating. I love that name, though. Again, like the double meaning, kind of. I know it's probably more so her being the Traveler or once Traveler, less so the Ward for the Traveler, because I'm the Traveler. Vanar being a Zem, though, that kind of makes it a bit more understandable as to why she might oppose Zodiark's will and the will of the Convocation, in understanding that Vanar was once this... I don't know, when I think about the seat of a Zem and what they were able to do, I relate that to being able to be like a free-thinking individual who isn't necessarily confined to the restraints of that lack of individuality that most other Convocation members have. She gave you a built-in bulletproof vest. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Anyway, the future, our future, I'm definitely curious to hear more. Well, you'll be hearing more shortly. I love that the Blessing of Lights is such a big deal in the Warrior of Light's time, but I get the feeling that to Vanar, it's just a run-of-the-mill traveling enchantment. Yeah, it feels like just a thing, you know? I kind of like it. I'll continue for now. Thank you for the follow, Phineas. I appreciate it. Vanar. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept-engraved crystal and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before getting distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like to follow us? Start again. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I'd appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Okay? Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to Poitin Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Who is her old friend? Let me quickly get a screenshot of, There you go. I'll look at that later. I'm wondering who her old friend may have been. Oh, look, it's the Coel... Coel Gina, is it? The one that you find in Dravania? That you kill for the fate, and then you make their skin into things? Coel Regina. Yeah, that's cool. Melanion. Melanion? Cool. Don't say it like that. How else am I meant to say it? Coel Regina. What do you mean, say what? That's how you say the name. Oh, there we go. I found it. Regina? Regina. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, okay, chat. Get your heads out the gutters. It's Regina. Okay, concept crystal. Wait, can I look at it before we pick it up? Okay. I thought it might be. I thought it might look special. It's Leviosa. Okay, Coel Regina. Sorry, guys. I do take my time to try and say things correctly, because I know people can be sticklers for the way you pronounce things, which is the reason I was making sure to say Ketchi instead of Kate Sith, because the entire FF7 playthrough I'd say Kate Sith, and people were getting up in arms like, Andy, why are you mispronouncing it? It's Ketchi, and it's like, okay, I'll say Ketchi, and then again during FF7 people are like, it's Kate Sith, and it's like, okay. Why, you know what I'm talking about, right? The Azems, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them a delight, personally, but they have a habit of making Emmett Selk look as if he's a bit down on a sour grape. The question you present is vexing enough without adding the old Azem into the equation, and she wonders why these lines upon my brow grow deeper, when she herself wields the hammer and chisel. I wonder... these are cute. I wonder if the errand she's running on behalf of an old friend is potentially current Azem. Maybe. I consider it essential to exchange ideas with my colleagues regarding my observation work. Without such external stimulation, one has a tendency to lose the forest for the trees, so to speak. I always feel much better after taking a short respite to converse and debate with my associates. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. Well, here it is, Concept Crystal, a scintillating crystal upon which is stored some manner of esoteric concept. The crystal. Well done. Remember Emmett said, hey, I've not forgotten. Don't worry. Don't worry. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I really want to go with this because it's cheeky. I've often been asked to do so. But I want to mention traveling, just because, you know. You travel often then. It seems we have something in common. There we go. Long ago, when I held the seat... here we go. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azem, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is, the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? I would agree indeed. Traveler... Oh, the quest title, chat. Travelers at the Crossroads. Travelers. Oh. Oh, yes. Well done. Very well done. It's good. I like that. Hold on. Get a screenshot of that too while I'm here. A past not yet come to pass. Vanar is in a cheerful mood. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I returned this stolen property. If you'd go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. I am salivating at the prospect of hitting them with the dilemma of Zodiac, of the final days, of Hydaelyn, because I want to know if Emmet and Hythlodaeus will maybe have a different opinion on the summoning of Zodiac, knowing what happens subsequently in the wake of the sundering, the creation of the shards, their opinion on themselves when I tell them, oh, by the way, Emmett, you become like this. Oh. Chat, what the hell? This is the biggest revelation. This is beyond.
Huzzah!
This is beyond Vanar being a Zem. It's Enkidu, chat. So, Pericles, clearly, Huzzah, chicken. Loams Dotir, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. What was on the agenda for today? There was observing the abysses here, and after that, is this known as an abyssus? Is that who you're referring to? This chicken is an abyssus? I don't know. Erato. Hello, Erato. Why, hello. You're familiar, yes? And you've come along, you've come alone to survey the grounds of Elpis, have you? Very good. Well, if you've any pressing questions, do let me know. I will do my best to answer them. What do you do here, Erato? You want to know about me? Now, thoughtful. I'm a taxonomist employed here at Poiton Oikos, responsible for bequeathing the creations that pass through Elpis with logical yet mellifluous names. Mine is marvelous work. I often spend my days composing inspiring verses about flora and fauna. Some find these methods odd, I know, but the well taxonomic creativity dries up rather quickly once you've seen 12 renditions of the same concept in different skins, let me tell you. I feel like this is a in-joke, sort of poking fun at themselves, the developers, and having to create all of these different names for all of these different creatures, even if they're slightly different variations of others. What kind of a place is this? This is Poiton Oikos, a place where great minds come together to not only evaluate concepts, but supply them with names. You might be wondering what the name of this place itself means, to which I say many things. However, home of those who've a way with words is likely the easiest for you to understand. We taxonomists express ourselves through nomenclature, after all. Very cool. Very, very cool. Hey, Epiphron. Fascinating. Yes, simply fascinating. You don't often see a familiar show such interest in someone other than its master. I was kind of hoping you'd have more to say, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Glad we've been blessed with some good weather. Beautiful, chat. Yeah, this is by far the most beautiful zone I've been in. I remember first going to the far east and seeing those gates near Doma, like the big sky gates, I don't remember what they're called, with the, like the barrier, you know, erected within them. And I remember thinking, like, that is, the scale of that is, you know, it blew my mind, because going from Heavensward to Stormblood was when they could push the engine a little further and show more on the screen, because there was no longer the reliance on it needing to be on a PlayStation 3 console, right? So seeing these larger zones with more extravagant architecture kind of blew my mind. And now here we are in the midst of stuff like this. It's beautiful. So good. Glaucon. Hello, Glaucon. Are you quite alright? Even for a mere familiar, you appear to be suffering for a most distressing dearth of ether. Do let me know if you require help, yes? Moongates, that's it, Magdalena. Thank you. I'm a taxonomist, an artist in the medium of names. It is my job to adorn the flora and fauna of Etheirys, such as these creatures you see here, with names befitting their natural beauty. Hey! It's Anima. They look like Anima, don't they? Or very similar. Do I have my Anima minion? I was going to bring up Anima earlier, because technically, we create life, don't we, in the form of Anima, but I think the distinction is Anima doesn't have a soul. Where is my Anima, chat? There it is. Ardashir fashioned this new body utilizing the Anima's original soul stone. No longer limited to the immediate vicinity of the Anima weapon, it is free to explore the realm at your side. Whether it will grow to become a real boy or girl, however, remains to be seen. An Anima took on a corporeal form. Very similar, isn't it? They look like elementals? Yeah, I should probably have put an asterisk there. When you're creating Anima, there's a moment when Anima has a more loose form, before you imbue it with all of the etheric energy. And they look more like that. Sorry. Sorry, guys. I know some of you probably haven't done the Heavensward Relic quest, so I should have been very specific. Yes, this will be far more comfortable in interrogating you on the side of the road. You needn't be nervous around Vanar. Those white robes mark her as one of fair and impartial reasoning. Ah, okay. Aside from the emissary Elidibus, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from public office to serve as advisors. Whatever you have to say, she will listen without judgment. I see. That makes sense. We're all corporeal. Is that from the Heavensward Relic? Yes. When you're creating anima, there's a moment. Do I have one on the go? I might have one on the go. 1 second. I can show you, I think. Sorry, 1 sec. I'll be right with you. If I click this, you'll see it. There you go. How fortuitous that I might actually be on this quest right now. That is what I'm referring to. Anima before they become anima. I'm on the same step with the same weapon. I need to find a time to do it, Zith1, but I haven't done it yet. I need to go, like, repeatedly run Alexander. That's what I was referring to, chat. Because I know a few people were like, whoa, what do you mean? There, that's it. Yeah. Cool. Now let me go back to being a Dragoon. And then change my glamour to the robes. Boom. Okay. Cool. Vanar. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. I've long wondered why she wore white robes, and the significance of why Elidibus wore them as well. Fascinating. I'm glad we got that info. Chamomile tea? Perhaps? Oh, chat.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Do you hear that piano rendition of answers in the background? Love it. Absolutely love it.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like.
Thank you, Vanar.
Now then, will you tell us your tale?
I'm about to blow your minds. Will it fade to black, I wonder? Or do we get to go through each bit step by step? Oh, okay. What do I want to talk about? A calamity called the Final Days has befallen the world. The world has been sundered, broken into shards. Mankind is... I'm going to go with the world has been sundered, broken into shards. I think that's going to be the closest we can get to maybe addressing the whole you summon and make yourself Hydaelyn and sunder the world and Zodiac as who was created by the Convocation. Come on. The world has been sundered, broken into shards.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Gladly. Gladly, Emmett. Oh, having answers play in the background is so good. We're still going. The significance of it all is hitting me, chat. My god. You can't even comprehend how they must feel hearing this, can you? The path that they set the star on.
Preposterous! Utterly preposterous!
Having those images flash up on the screen, it makes me wonder if they're able to look within us and walk in our memories in the same way we walk in memories. Because that would validate everything.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous.
I know. It's a lot to take in, isn't it?
What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide.
Okay, so we really have told her everything. Okay.
That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically.
Of Dynamis and Meteon and Hermes.
The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return.
Yeah, we got really lucky with the timing if you think about it. To be able to be here at a time when not only Hythlodaeus and Emmet are here, but also Vanar, and also while Hermes is still at this point in his experimentation with beings which can explore the cosmos. But was that our doing? Or was that Elidibus's?
By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Just happenstance. Okay.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle.
I know.
And we do not have all the pieces.
Emmet
Hardly
isn't
any.
saying anything.
But we do have one immutable fact.
And I just want him to go on a big tangent. Desperately so.
If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight.
You work in mysterious ways, Vanar. You work in mysterious ways. Because the thing is, had the Sharlians not made their way specifically to that point in Dravania and found this entryway which would lead them to the Ethereal Sea, like what drove them to go there? Had Hydaelyn called to them in some way? Maybe? Like, it feels like she's had a plan. And this is why I mentioned earlier, maybe her power or like one of her abilities is foresight, to know how to prematurely move pieces into place so that certain events may unfold. Because again, we didn't need to know that information. She never told us about the idea of fleeing the star, of the final days and of the moon. Our job was just to save the star. So she must believe that the star can be saved, and that fleeing isn't the only option. Otherwise, surely we would have been on that same trajectory alongside the Sharlians to prepare for that disaster.
Nay, my first and foremost endeavour would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed.
Oh, I
and
love
if
it.
Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Oh, Vanar's pretty cool, isn't she?
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale?
This is the most Emmett he's sounded so far. Do you not think?
Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
Listen, buddy, I'd have loved for the Emmett I knew to be you. And it was you, but you after millennia of having lost your mind and wanting your home
To
back.
sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
I've thought about this a little bit, and I think it's down to the fact that he, deep down, believed in us to a degree, but he was still uncertain. That's my take on it.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
God, I was...
Emmett Selk, wait!
Go on, Hithlo.
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Can we speak of Hermes and his want for controlling Dynamis? Of his searching the cosmos for life? You gotta think, like, if the final days is not a product of Meteon her sister's Dynamis, surely in the same way Omega exists out there somewhere, there is likely another sentient life form, or life forms plural, should I say, that would want to conquer and destroy and engulf in flame and death, you know, that maybe they inadvertently brought back, if it isn't them as the main cause, which at the minute I'm leaning towards. Because again, yeah, dragons come from the stars too. And they came to Hydaelyn, for Hydaelyn was, pending correct quote here, I believe Midgard Sormir described Hydaelyn, Aetheris, as the last bastion of hope. Whatever that means. Are we alone? Are we all that remains? Or could he determine Hydaelyn's presence? You gotta think, Hydaelyn is emitting these, bear with me here, like radio waves that go across reflections to the point where denizens of the source could hear her say, hear, feel, think. What if these messages being broadcast can be heard from across the cosmos, and ether-rich beings such as Midgard Sormir and his brood can pick up on that, and maybe, you know, to them, we exist over there on Aetheris as this beacon of hope. I don't know. Dynamis is the key to all of this. Hermes and Meteon are somehow involved. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. Can I pick two? Can I have the first two options? What do I want to talk to Vanar about? Dynamis? Emotion? Or Hermes and... I'm going to go with Dynamis. Dynamis is key to all of this. Does she know of Dynamis? Because Emmet didn't. Nor did Hythlodaeus.
Ah, yes. The energy distinct from ether.
Ooh.
Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis.
Oh, okay. Pray tell.
And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon?
Yes.
Yes. I believe this warrants further investigation.
Okay.
With that settled, 'tis time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer.
Answer. Answers? Love it.
Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
Ah, will you accompany me? Please accompany me. I want us to run around together, frolicking, gallivanting, please. I know. Emmett's reaction isn't what I expected. It's close, but I was hoping he might be a bit more...
Have faith. If Emmet Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Good. I was hoping he might be a bit more receptive. Let me quickly consult the book, chat, because I was wondering, because obviously a part of the echo that we possess gives us the power to transcend time, as it says in the book. Those granted with this form of the echo can mentally travel back in time to witness occurrences experienced by another. It was originally thought that proximity with the memory holder was necessary for transcension. However, it has recently been discovered that residual mnemonic ether lingering in a location can also trigger these third-person flashbacks. Like, that is a part of our echo and the echo of those around us on the source, which is a byproduct of our ancient souls, right? So I wonder if they also have that ability if they too can witness memories. It doesn't seem as if they can. Because if they could, surely they could have been like, okay, no need to tell us. We will walk within your memories. Memory Walker. That should have been the name of the expansion. And then they could have verified our own accounts of what happened. But maybe they don't possess the ability to do so. I want to answer this, but I don't want to lead anywhere. Pi, well done. That's what most chatters should be doing. Look at you. You've nailed it, Pi. Give yourself a pat on the back. It might just be considered rude. Yeah. I know someone mentioned, how can you be receptive when you've been accused of genocide? I know. Like, I'm not denying that. Right? Like, his reaction is entirely warranted. 100%. Like, if someone had come to me and they're like, oh, by the way, I'm from the future, and you're like this maniacal, genocidal individual who's hell-bent on, you know, destroying literal realities in order to bring back your homeworld, I'd react in a very similar way, right? If they could watch Endy's memories, I would ask, why are you still standing here for an hour while your companions were saying corking? Right, Chimera? Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the Chief Overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. Oh, no! I was kind of hoping she'd join us, you know, like as a companion. You know? I know Oliver makes a good point. For people who are maybe new here, there is a channel in Discord called Stream Game Spoilers, and you can go in there and you can all caps, to your heart's content, mocking my theories, hopefully at times going, hey, that was a pretty good theory, you know? You can go and scream into the void there. Rhodopus. Wait. Little creature down here. Well, aren't you a doughty familiar? I'm not one for fighting myself, but if I had one such as you at my side, I would no doubt feel a great deal safer. I'm not supposed to mock you here? I mean, you can, but that'd be really mean. We also have bingo. Have we hit bingo yet? Is that a spoiler? Don't answer that. There's a bingo board I've been made aware of. I don't know what the boxes are, of course, but I'm curious to know if we're near bingo. I'm gonna very quickly text Mrs. D20 chat. Bear with me here. One moment. There you go. There's a bingo card. Yeah, I think Crit made it. I think Crit made it. I could be wrong. Crit. Endergrim, if you're still here, buddy, thank you for the 28 months. I had the alerts disabled mid-cutscene, but if you're there, Endergrim, lovely to see you, buddy. Hopefully you're doing well. Dawnforged, I had the scan photo earlier, but it's gone. Mrs. D20 took it. The scan went very well. Everything's looking good. Healthy heartbeat. There's a head, legs, feet. It's great. We're very happy, Dawnforge. Thank you for asking. See you the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I can recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Okay. I wonder if she's the friend she referred to. I doubt it. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers, if need be, but I'll leave the choice of topic up to you. Okay. Okay. Hello, Ismene. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any... Yeah, I'm good. Begin asking questions. Time to get some answers, chat. Huh? Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Vanar. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What do I wish to know? What kind of a person is Hermes? What are Hermes' interests? I think I'll ask what kind of a person is he, because I feel like we've learned a little bit of his interests already. Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? My reaction to answers in the proximity of Vanar is, it's like whenever someone calls me Traveler now. I love it. How long has Meteon been... Yeah, great question. How long has Meteon been here? Because maybe she'll know more about Meteon's sisters. I cannot rightly say. As the Chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. Oh. So one day she was simply there, and what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years, though I cannot say we are close. He has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteon? That would be Timaeus, or Timaeus. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. Ismene, I love rambling discourse. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Great. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need I cannot read chat for some reason. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Ismene. Come, Endy. I think we've taken enough of Ismene's time. You are familiar, yes? Familiar, yes, belonging to Mistress Vanar. You couldn't have been blessed with a finer master. She's pretty good. I quite like her. It would, wouldn't it, FBB? How are you today, buddy? Our investigation is off to a fine start. Wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers if you could track down the colleague Ismene mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with this Timaeus, or Timaeus. Okay. I will start from one side of the compound and make my way through, speaking to as many people as I can. We should have plenty to discuss upon your return. I need to listen to Answers again in its entirety. We listened to it during Shadowbringers near the end, because there are lyrics in Answers which almost... Oh, hello. Which almost foreshadow the events of the Sundering. And I can't remember the exact lyric, but it's like in the latter half of the song. Forsaken are our bodies. I can't remember. I'll need to listen to it again. But I've got the vinyl record. We were listening to it on stream and I had to go back and play it again. It is finally time to test our creation's capability of flight. We mean to start from a modest height in case there are any unintended mishaps. Understandable. Yeah, we'll maybe do that at some point. Did someone say vinyl? They did indeed. Hello, Crater. That's it. Our souls have been torn and our bodies forsaken. Thank you. Yeah, I did a corkboard on it. I did a corkboard on it back then. And I've not thought to look at it again. Maybe there are other hints in there about the final days, maybe. Yes, I am Timaeus. But please keep your voice down. It'll startle the birds. Okay, it's not going to be able to be skipped. Yeah, ask questions. Akira, hello sir, how are you? Thank you, Dawnforged. Have a lovely day. Thank you for joining us. So, what is it you wish to speak about? Okay. Is it true you're an expert on flying creations? What do you think of Chief Hermes? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work? A worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favourite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Take a screenshot of that. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can convince of such marvels. Or conceive, sorry, not convince, conceive of such marvels. Even he who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteion too, then, is a marvel. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteion as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise, her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analysing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. I wonder then, if he ever did submit Meteion, and if we'll be able to go back to Amarot and maybe make some inquiries. You know? Bogeyman, how are you? Long time no see. Hopefully you're doing well, buddy. Good to see you today. I'm very well, how are you? Do you know more of Dynamis and Entelekes? I could tell you more of Meteion's nature. He mentioned that he doesn't know more about Meteion. So I think if I were to ask about Dynamis and Entelekes, he'd be like, what? So I think I need to explain it to him. I could tell you more of Meteion's nature if you'd like. No. Did I not just explain how that was frowned upon? I couldn't possibly circumvent conventional practice by... Unless you were sharing such information in the hopes of receiving a constructive opinion on the application of advanced creation techniques, then I would be practically obligated to, Okay. Timaeus launches into a rambling and unstoppable deluge of justifications. I love it. Can we justify talking about it? So you see, ethically, I have no choice but to allow you to disclose Meteion's lesser-known qualities. Perfect! So, of Dynamis, what do you think? Dynamis and Entelekes? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things, and you know how they relate to Meteion and her design. I do indeed. I mean, no. I thought more... I misread that completely. I thought more like, do you understand how Dynamis reacts to it? No, I don't know. Sorry. No. I'm a fool. Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. This is my task. My task is to chat with you, sir. As I said, I have work to be getting on with. If you wish to speak more, you'll have to wait until I'm finished for the day. Okay. Iggy, I like that you're choosing the thirst after him. Pull his robe to annoy him? Lemon, you beat me to it. You've already beaten me to it. You see, with the proper amounts of ether, a bee can fly. Barry, were you here when I mentioned that on Tuesday? Like the idea of bringing a bee to Elpis and watching them just be like, how does this work? how does this marvelous creature work? Ah, good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So, have you any new findings to share? A couple, but not many. I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteion as his personal project and can provide no details beyond those which you had just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. The idea that he knows the percentage of, you know, Dynamis in comparison to Ether tells me that he's been studying it for quite some time. You know? Witness to the spectacle, Vanar is musing over your recent findings. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the entelechies which can control it. Yet, most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth. Except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And, on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteor, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? There are more like her. She has sisters. She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars in search for intelligent life. Let's go for that. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? Of course. Of course I will. I don't know why I didn't mention it earlier either, Vanar, honestly. So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Like you would think, considering like in real life terms, you know, all these theories that there exists, you know, or ideas and hypotheticals that there exists greater life forms out there, but we don't want to attract attention to us for it would mean our annihilation at the hands of these more powerful, you know, beings out there in the void. You'd think that he would need to consult with the Convocation, or like someone to be like, yo, by the way, do you mind if I send these artificial homing beacons into the stars beyond in search of other life? You'd feel like you'd need some authorization for that, right? You couldn't just get away with doing it willy-nilly. But apparently he's done it anyway, so... Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripateia, Crystalline? Not far from here. Just follow the path to the west, okay? Peer review, exactly. That's what I'm saying. He's the chief, F the rules. But surely the chief must answer to the higher calling of the Convocation, no? No peer review. Probably why he hasn't submitted his concept. Isle Surveyor. Okay. Larry, welcome back. Allow me to quickly re-enable alerts for this. Larry, welcome back for almost 2 years.
For your continued pledge
almost
to the knighthood.
Buddy, thank you very much. Can we get some love and chat for Larry with the 23 months? Drax, your messages scare me, because weren't you the person who was like, Witcher Zem? Whenever I read your message, I get a pang of panic. Because that kind of spoiled the Vanar reveal of a Zem today. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripateia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we're here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see that what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Okay. How odd that I should suggest this approach without a second thought. You've come from a time and place that is dramatically different, yet here we are working side by side or apart, as the situation demands, with barely a word of explanation required. No matter the centuries which separate us, we are of the same star. We share a connection, and I hope that together we might find the answers you seek. That's gotta be doing that in a very obvious way, right? Like, the amount of times answers has come up in the dialogue since we met Vanar, you know, skyrocketed. As if they want you to be like, there you go, you like that? You like it when we put answers in the game? Even having the piano rendition of it play earlier was a treat. It was so good. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Sorry for interrupting. Is Answers the new Meracedia? No. Because unlike Answers, I think we're going to go to Meracedia in 7.0. There it is, chat. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? I have some questions which require answering. The Chief oversees personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Meteion. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Okay. Pray tell. Ah, Galeen's my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteion heavensward. A host of them. For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear, says Vanar. Hello, Vanar. Mistress Vanar, I thought you'd already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favour me with retelling of this sight, which so delighted your Galeen? Can't we use our echo? Have we walked in a memory recently, chat? I don't feel like it's happened much of at all during Endwalker. You know? This would be a great opportunity for us to go, whoa, here we go, whoa, let's walk. Come on, spicy migraine. Of course, or you could hear it from her lips directly. Okay. Is she coming? At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasios Thalasai. Thalasai? She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanar, even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. I figure we have used it, but it's not been as prominent, has it? Like the use of Echo walking in memory shenanigans. I can't think of the last time we used it though, but we've done it maybe once or twice, haven't we, so far? Anyway, indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well-deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as a Zem. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as a basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. Aye, I dare say there's not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I shall rejoice on the day which you return to the earth and die. Okay. I'll be on it. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? It's important, though, to understand that in their society, like, that is the highest honor, you know? Like, to us, it's like, okay. But to them, that really is, like, culturally significant, so. Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. Just die already? What if we've been wrong this entire time and it's actually this guy, Peripetia? Archivist, this is actually the Fandaniel we know. And you're gonna die, and I'm gonna die, and you're gonna die too. I've opened a path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway, and you'll find yourself at the entrance of Metabasios Thalasai. Oh, hiccup. A Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Chat, how do you get rid of hiccups? I'm gonna hope it's gone. I felt a rumbling. I think we're good. Scare yourself? better now. To have discovered purpose and seen it fulfilled to your personal satisfaction. It's not too crazy, in my opinion. We had a chat about it earlier, and I'd do it again now, but I would literally... The view is amazing. Calcia, I just tried having a look. It's too cloudy for me to see absolutely anything at the minute. I was going to say, we had a conversation about that earlier, the idea of duty and work and all that stuff. It's an interesting one, for sure. Hiss, I've got my alerts disabled. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I'll pretend I didn't see that come through, Hiss. Hold on. Oh, chat. Wow, what a lovely day we're having. Oh, my goodness. Oh.
Hello there.
Well. Never mind. Never mind. Hiss, thank you for the, for the Obi-Wan. It wouldn't have worked anyway, Hiss. Wouldn't have worked anyway. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the bits. Imagine being so robbed by alerts being off and then getting General Kenobi. The tower ahead is still part of Peripateia, Crystalline. We will need to ask for passage through to the upper tier. I was just going to talk about, very, very quickly, the idea of duty, work, passing on to the next life once you see your duty fulfilled. Like, in their society and to them, that's fantastic. Obviously, to me, and I imagine a few of us, the idea of living to work sounds like the worst reality. And unfortunately, it is the case for so many people, living to work, rather than working to live, you know? Mistress Fanar, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two on the upper skyway. Chat, why is it cloudy? When does the weather change? Does anyone know? Is this like an instance zone which I can't come back to until I can fly? Okay, you can't fall off. 6 minutes? I'm not going to wait 6 minutes. I'm so annoyed that it's cloudy, chat. Oh, Crom, I agree. That's what I mean. It's like different for different people, right? To me, the idea of living to work, like I'm 50-50 on it. On like my own personal life. But you know, if your work, I'll use like a great example of something which I'm sure people love to do for their work as a lifestyle, is like humanitarians who live their life to better others, right? If you've got like a good purpose, and I'm not saying only those people can have that feeling. Like, you might work an office job, but you feel as if like the work you're doing has a great impact on the world, then that's fine. As long as you feel content in your work, that you're happy to live life working as your main thing, go for it, you know? I agree, Dapper Sloth, I agree. Yeah, Timmy, I'm with you. It feels like there should be, like, instant zones, maybe, you know? As a non-native English speaker, does duty equal work? Yes and no. Yes and no. It depends on the context in which you're talking about it. Like, I've got a duty to provide and look after my family. Luna, is that work? No, it's a responsibility. But then if I say I've got to do my duty by streaming, then I'm referring, of course, to working, right? You know, it depends. Remove fog mod and spoil yourself for Amarok? If it's only another, like, less than 5 minutes, I'll wait. Because I do want to... Like, can I come back up here? I don't hate working. I do hate having to pretend to like work when someone asks me for motivation to work. It's literally money. I always do my best of my abilities, but I don't care about working just as much. A company doesn't care about my existence. Exactly, Asik. I get you. I like my work insofar as I get to help people out, but I'm not changing the world or anything, but being able to lend a hand every now and then is nice. I get it. No, I get it. Run ads? Oh, no. I don't... Well, the ads that you guys will get are on like an automated thing. Like, I'm not going to run any. I'm not going to upset the people who aren't subbed. See it more as fulfilling your purpose rather than your work. Yeah, like, for me, I am able to extract purpose and meaning through my job, which I know to a lot of you here, you'll be like, you're just playing a game, dude, right? But to some, it's beyond that. Like, there are people that I've met on my past 4.5 years of streaming who say, hey, you know, like, getting able to tune in, I've had a really shit day, I'm tackling depression, anxiety, or a loss in a family, and being able to hang out with yourself and, you know, be entertained has done a lot for me. And this isn't me patting myself on the back, it's more giving my own insight into the conversation at hand, in that gives me a lot of purpose and provides me with a meaning behind my job, and it makes me happy to know that it's not just us sat here playing a game, you know? Entertainment is such an important part of what keeps us going. And if I'm able to give that to a few people who are maybe having a bad time, then I feel great that I'm able to provide that. Not great that those people feel that way and require, you know, require it, I suppose. I do have the privilege to work at a job that helps others. Still, even though this is very important to me and my passion, I don't make my life just work. 50-50 as well. Mizu, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, Drax. Like, I'm still I'm like a small baby streamer, but I've run into some really, like, uncomfortable people online. Like, there's a negative to it, definitely. Like, right now, there's something going on behind the scenes where I feel like I'm being watched almost by somebody who's made me feel, not threatened necessarily, but made me feel very uneasy. And that's something I'm having to tackle on the side. I don't talk about it on stream because that's not any of your business, but I don't, you know, that's something I have to tackle. It's just, there's a negative side to it. And I'm very fortunate in that I know that there are others who have it way worse in that regard, where they have to deal with some very fanatical individuals. Jess said, and Jess streamed as a hobby. And at some point, she ran into a situation where somebody found out where she lived and threw things at her window. And she had to move. Right? Like some people are just totally unhinged and lack any understanding of barriers and you know, boundaries that people put up. Isn't that wild? And, like, I say this to give you an you know, perspective. Jess had, like, a community of 30, 40 people, 40, 50, whatever, people who would hang out and, you know, chill in Jess's stream. Imagine what it must be like if you're on thousands or tens of thousands of people watching you, you know? You can't comprehend it, can you? No, lock it, definitely. It does. It does. Like, somebody was literally like, I know where you live and I've got snipers trained on your house. And I was so, at the time, like, haha, that's funny. But, like, isn't that weird to say that to somebody? And overstepping boundaries and, like, hitting you with, like, all of their, like, baggage. It's like, okay, buddy, like, I'm just here playing my game. So it's 50-50, where, like, on the one hand, you get people who are like, well, you've helped me a lot and I really enjoy hanging out with the community. And then you got other people who just, they can't perceive boundaries and can't perceive social etiquette and social norms and just overstep that. Yeah, Tojo, exactly. Unrelated, but this music, it's pretty good, isn't it? The weather is changing, chat, so don't worry, we get to move back into the game in a second. I know, Cope, I know. Cypher, definitely. Some people just have no concept of it. Wow. I'm glad we waited. Hold on. As much as I love my hedgehog, I'm going to dismiss him for a second. I want to get a quick G-pose. Oh, why am I No! Andy, look this way! Look this way! Hold on. Chat, I'm so close. Oh no, I've completely ruined it. There we go. I rotated a bit too much. Nice. We got there. Have you seen the Endwalker vinyl cover art? No, I've not seen it. I've like kept myself completely spoiler free on all merch outside of the FF14 vinyl box set of the Shadowbringers. I do have that. I do have that. Yeah, I was going to say, Asik, that's where we started our little journey here, isn't it? Sen, it's so sad. It really is. I'd get more into it, but I'm going to get... I don't know. It's an uncomfortable topic, I'll say that. Vanar, that door leads to the Thalassai, but perhaps we can trouble this person for assistance with finding Galeen. Mistress Vanar, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. Okay. Off we go. Do. You're going to hit us with it again? The same piano rendition?
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view.
It is quite nice. So had I waited, would this have been cloudy still? Out of interest? Yes? No. No. No? No. I think this removes the clouds. I actually don't know. I think it's scripted weather. Oh, okay. Shit. Oh, crap. No idea? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Moving on. I kind of wish I'd dyed my robes white now that I understand the significance of it.
What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Look at this shot, chat. I did not imagine we'd have this happen today. Look at that. Is the world still a beautiful place? Depends on to whose eye, or to whose beholder. To whose eye is the beholder? There we go. As beautiful as ever. Some parts, yes. Others, not so much. It's more beautiful here. No, I'm going to say it's as beautiful as ever.
I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes and the adoration in your voice. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
I'd love to.
Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own.
Oh.
By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans.
How sweet is that?
But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
So I've got these friends, Alphino, Alasei, Thancred, Y'shtola, Urianger, Estinian, Kryl. They're pretty cool. We're called the Scions. We saved the world. Estinian spent all this money on this hair tie, and that's not even the worst of it. Alphino spent so much money on a samurai sword, and then Tartaru was gonna like kill him for it, and it was really funny. Aww.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it.
It was a really nice hairband, admittedly, yeah, it was good.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind?
The latter I'd love an answer
Riddles
to.
and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them.
Managed to find, what was that? Can you say it again? But a great question about where they come from. Assuming my theory about the 12 is correct and that they're manifestations of the 12 that aided Vanar in the summoning of Hydaelyn, and they weren't the true creators after all, then who, what, or why did we come into existence?
Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done.
I love that perspective.
A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath.
Feel? Oh, chat. Oh, I love it so much.
I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now.
Think of the parallels between Vanar, Azem as the Traveler, and what Meteion and her sisters are doing. It's not dissimilar, is it? The only difference is Vanar and Azem as we know them, our Azem, travels the world. Whereas Meteion and her sisters have the daunting prospect of traveling the stars.
Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong.
God, I'm loving this so much.
And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before.
Just as Midgard Sorma described Aetheris.
They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love.
Wow.
And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end.
Walk end? Oh,
safe in
chat.
the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future.
Yes?
Tell me this, and tell me true.
Yes, I'll tell you.
Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Yes.
Pray forgive my lateness.
Oh, come on. That's cruel. That is so cruel.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
I was looking through screenshots about a week ago, chat, and I found screenshots of when I started playing the game. And it was me and... I think I got me, Pear, Holliver, Crit, others who had journeyed from the NA realms to come make alts. And I was like, damn, what a journey we've been on. So, you know, much like Azem and Vanar, in that they've traveled and met all of these wonderful people on their journey. Strangely, I too have gotten to travel and meet so many people in the form of so many of you who have enjoyed the journey with me. You know? So thank you for joining me on the journey, chat. I really do appreciate it. It's been great. And it has been worthwhile. What a journey it's been. I don't think anything will ever come close. So good. And then Galeen got in the way.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
Yeah, it was alright.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Yes, do you have some answers?
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations.
I just want Vanar to say it.
Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
I didn't mention this earlier, but we were speaking about... I theorized at the beginning of stream, talking about how the shooting stars we've seen in the night sky could potentially be Meteon. But the fact that there are so many of them makes me wonder, what if it could actually be her and her sisters in the skies, traveling to different stars? And I know that's like proper tinfoil. But like, what if? Like, what if? You know?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did.
Yeah? Go on in.
'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation.
Okay.
As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like
a shooting star?
star, only rising rather than falling.
Okay.
But then another shot up. Then another, and another.
Did you count?
Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate.
Please say she counted how many there were. I need numbers. Numbers!
And who should I spy on an isle to the south? But Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather.
The Metea? Ah, okay. Plural. I like that.
There were
Metea.
lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
How many were there?
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests.
Okay.
It shouldn't be long now, though.
Okay.
He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
It explains why Meteon looked at the isle not too long ago. I wonder what the difference is between the sisters and Meteon as we know her then.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls.
I know, it's great, isn't
and
it?
Will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Wouldn't it have been great if Y'shtola were here? Because I feel like Y'shtola is the in-game corkboarder, where she's the one constantly connecting dots and theorizing, you know?
Please.
Crom, thank you, buddy. I'm not going to be much longer myself, so it's all good. Wow. I can't find Sock. It's been amazing, man. It's been great. Like, I've taken a keen interest in the story of the game. And Elpis has just been, I don't know, like the icing on top of a delicious cake. It's come with so many answers, not to keep saying the answers word. Really hadn't noticed. Bashiel, I've missed your snark. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Is that all for today? Looking at the time... Yes. Yes. I was gonna do, side quests tomorrow, but I don't think I can. I don't think I can. I think I'd struggle to do side quests knowing what... knowing what's coming. So yeah. I cannot either. Wow. Belatedly, I'm going to re-enable alerts. B4!
Grab your shield.
Thank you for the
sword.
sub.
Raise them high.
I greatly appreciate that, buddy.
To the night.
Oh, Cope, I don't know what I said. What did I say? Oh, like, I need to keep continuing because I don't know what's coming. Well, the MSQ. Or are you trying to be dirty, Cope? I encourage exploration of the side quests. Oh, Taliesin will definitely do them. We'll definitely do them. I'm keen to get on them.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Okay, I need to go. I just chipped myself.
Thank you for your
thanks,
continued
Tidemore.
Pledge to the
Rick's Key, welcome back for 2 months. Wait, who is that on?
Indid Bongo, Indid Love.
Oh, hello. Jesus Christ, you scared me again. It was like Oblivion Guard Mark II. Dare I say, even more scary. Hello? Oh, it's Valens. I wondered why the face scared me. Jesus, okay. I did think, why does that face shock me? But I didn't want to be rude in case that person had, like, handcrafted their face, you know, and then I'm like, I love what my character looks like. And I'm like, yeah, you look horrifying. That explains it. Anyway. I can't tell what that mount is up there, but it looks cool. Chat, no, we're not burning out the bad. We're not burning out the bad. He did already. That's probably me in the air. I was about to move away, but then I tabbed into the stream. Asik, is this one of the tank mounts for running loads of dungeons? As a tank? Is that right? Ish, should I say? No. I associate cats, big cats. Something else? Okay, I won't read. Chat, genuinely, thank you for today. I've had a lovely day. Lovely day? You can't tell my brain's broken. For people who are new here, myself and my wife, who I've been with for 12 years, had our pregnancy scan today, and the baby's looking healthy. So my brain has been kind of focused on that. Did not know that today would come with so much emotional weight to it in the game. So I'm feeling pretty fragile. I'm ready to go lay down and just eat some food and relax, I think. But we will be back tomorrow with the continuation of the MSQ, and I'm looking forward to it. So genuinely, thank you everybody for going on the journey with me. I meant it. When Vanar here asked me... Hold on. When Vanar here asked me... There we go. That's better. Asked me if the journey had been worthwhile. Had I enjoyed it? Yes, I have. It's been amazing. And you're part of that chat. But yeah, for now, I am going to go get some dinner for my lovely wife and I. But thank you again, chat. You've been amazing. I really, really, really do appreciate all of the support today. And always, should I say. Let me say goodbye to you wonderful, amazing people. Bear with me here.
Grab your shield.
Oboe player, thank you for gifting us up the Yozu. Get yourself in here. Mizu, Tuna, Rixkey, Arcasia, Tea Leaf, Celestial, Lime, Redacted, Tojo, Dank Dragon, Dappersloth, Drax, Mystic Sky, Ariadend, Winterfall, E.T., Tidemore, Link Rain, Donington, Vagrancy, Thanko, Clivey Bear, Mystic Sky, Crit, Gal regretting username, FER Ruby, Locket Sprite, Make Some Time, Ruby Memoria, Robin, Asik, Thundershrew, Fredermus, Asik again, Oliver, Mystic, Nemesis, Pi, Lucale, Crit again, Make a Stay Pod, Sophie P, Ike, I Can't Find Sock, love the name, Vagrancy, Kate, Lord Calf, Erudite Ember, Tenshi, Akigor, Lord Calf, Serena, Tatami, Ashrik, B4, Slowest Turtle, Dunyo, Cloud, Andres Bandit, Rando, thanks buddy, Akira, Umemi, Oboe Player, again for the gift sub, the Yoyuzu, Thur, GT Sierra, Dank Dragon, the Dawnforge, welcome back and goodbye, Rafgarian, Sparkling Parfait, Winterfall, Seabass, Ninkamaya, Kendra, Shanali, Thanko, Norse, Dappersloth, Megamajig, Seeker Raylex, Evil Twin, Blue Noodle, Crater Gaming, Ruby. Until next time, everybody, thank you for the hype train. I'm going to have to cut it off early. That's what you get for supporting me. How dare you support me, chat. Anyway, see you next time. You're all amazing. Have a lovely rest of your Thursday. And we will reconvene on the morrow for some answers, chat. We're going to get some answers.